I am live. Do you think, I was just thinking about my thumbnail. Does that show? Yeah, it says Ciders, Ohio 16. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was, people would recognize it. Dude, okay, so the new, Them Being Searched just got released. How crazy. Uh, actually, hold on a second. I want to actually, oh, I'll do it later. Anyway, so what do you guys think? Let's watch them. I was actually going to do a live on this case. I had other stuff I gathered, which I'm just going to combine on one. Um, because as I was getting stuff all together for the other thing, I saw this. So, I ordered everything. So I don't know how this person got it. CG Hannon got these. So shout out. So, we're going to go through them. I can't believe there's not more people here. That's why I wonder if my thumbnail is just a little not as if it's not as what's the word? Just because it doesn't have the normal pictures, if people aren't recognizing it as it being from this case, because this is huge. I think. I mean, if anybody's been following this case to have the actual photos, hold on. While you guys are waiting there, while people are coming in, I'm just gonna try to get another one. Hold on. I'm just getting something going, just in case if that's the issue, because I feel like this is like breaking news, if you ask me. I don't know how this person got this. So these person got it because I ordered everything too, and I haven't got anything. But sometimes it just happens that way. All right, so okay. I just wanted to try to work on another one and see if I could get a one with at least a recognizable one. Okay, so yeah, I'll say yeah. There's always a vertical and a horizontal. Wait, what do you mean 2 lives? Is there 4? Did I accidentally do that again? Hold on a second. Are you saying there's 2 of the same ones? Like 4? No, there's only the 2. Okay. Yeah, I was saying, remember? I do the vertical and horizontal, but I don't know where everybody's at. I thought it would be a lot more packed in here. I almost don't want to start it with only 25 people. Okay, let me bring mine up so I have it. Oh, I see. Yes, yes, I do. Yep, I do too. They're both they're both going. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I hope I didn't sound like a jerk. I didn't mean to say it like I was being a jerk. You see Ziki's. I'm working on a different thumbnail because yeah, this one might be better. Okay. Let's do this. All right, so we'll start off. So they don't have sound though. That's the only thing. There's no sound to them. Like I said, I'm crediting CJ Hannon. So she's the one that posted these. There's no sound. And we'll just start off. Let me get these started, I guess. Are you sure no spoon? No sand, no sand. But like I said, I have other stuff I want to go over too that I was gonna go over anyway, but I think we're gonna do these first, okay? Yes, there's a vertical, of course. There's always a vertical and horizontal. So if you're not in the one you want, mods, if you could help, sometimes maybe put the horizontal link or like mention it. Here's the horizontal if you don't like the vertical, because some people put it up on their TV screen and they won't watch because like it's so small because they're on the vertical. I don't know how to get it where I can let everybody know, and it's like okay, I'm getting it ready, guys. All right, so we're gonna start with Elizabeth Siders, no, Chris, this is, you could see Elizabeth in the background. It's going to be Christina Sider's thing first, where they're searching her. Maybe people think it's AI. It's not AI. I mean, this is legit. Okay. All right, we'll start with that and then we'll go from there. So we got, I almost want to even, you know what I could do? Because I almost want to make it bigger, but I don't want to take off the explanation. But I guess we don't really need that, right? I mean, it's obvious that I could tell them just so we can have a little bit bigger. There we go. So yeah, so we got, you could see Elizabeth's right here. Here's Christina. How crazy. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that out yet. So shout out CG, dude. That was, I don't know how you did it, but I wonder if she's local and went in there and picked it up, because that way, with that, you could sometimes get them quicker if you go in and pick it up. You know? Sorry, I'm doing a round two with this thumbnail. I want to put in like a recognizable one of the we don't have very many pictures. We have some old pictures of Christina and Gary Sider Sr., but we don't have any of Elizabeth. Oh, well, never mind. I lied. We have some Elizabeth when she's a lot younger, so I like take that back. But we don't have any like where she looks like she does now, but not the mugshot. Does that make sense? We don't have any of those. Okay. So what do you I'm trying with a different thumbnail. Yeah, so patting her down. They got the orange sandals on. She's like looking all like, but I don't know if is she playing that part, you know, like oh poor, I don't know, or is she really a victim? You know, we won't. I guess we won't know until we may never know, because here's the thing that gets me. If she indeed is this victim, and I was going to talk about this a little bit when I read this article, um, Elizabeth, I mean, if she is a victim, then she's saying that she's not, but that's not necessarily means you're not, because sometimes, you know, they don't think they are, and they think, oh, Gary's great. The lawyer said something in this article. It says something like she didn't have a bad thing to say about him and all this stuff, and oh no, we just wanted a big family. You know what I'm saying? But if you're a victim, like, I mean, yeah, you still could view it like that. I get it, but it's just, here, let me zoom in more on this one too. I don't know. I go back and forth with that. Regardless, even if she is a victim, I still feel like she has to have some accountability, because there's some people that just don't, like, it's like, nope, she's not to blame for anything. She's an adult, so I feel like there's still some accountability we have to give her, regardless, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, I guess. Because she is the adult and she's the mother. So like, I feel bad for her maybe if we find out she was a victim. So I will feel bad for her, but I also was like, dang it, she's an adult. There's Gary's Jr. Look at him. I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I go back and forth in my head, because it's just like, yeah, it could be a situation where it was just so bad and it was only the last few years and she had no choice, and she does really love her kids. I don't know. I hope we find out like enough details so we could really understand what was going on, you know, really who the heck is to blame the most. I mean, I think Gary Jr. is going to be the culprit. I'm not saying that, but I think there's a lot of people that are researching this case that doesn't want to blame Elizabeth at all. And I don't know if that's right, not to give her any culpability, like nothing, nope, nothing, like she's just a true victim. Like I feel like there's some accountability that she has to take. And maybe more than we think. I mean, maybe a lot of accountability. We don't know. I mean, I'm sure they took pictures of their body and stuff. Let's see if there was, what does is Elizabeth gonna have bruises on her? Was she, you know, now there's other tactics than physical that people could have you stuck and manipulated. I know, trust me, I know. You could be stuck mentally and stuck in this, like, where they may not have to lay a finger on you and you're still stuck. Um, but it will tell a little bit more to the story if she was. So, like I said, there's no audio, so that's why I'm talking. If you're annoyed with my talking, just mute it and you can just watch it. But I don't want to just sit here all quiet. So yeah, they're searching Gary. This is Gary Sr. So I don't know why they blur him up, and when they search him, it's unblurred. There's like a little part that's blurred. I'm not sure why they're blurring right there. That I'm a little bit confused, considering when he stands up, they don't have him blurred. So I don't know. No, not yet. Not yet. I don't know, Hossein. You'll see when on his turn, on his video where he stands up, it's not blurred where he's standing up. So I have no idea. It doesn't look like they're like, it looks like he's fully clothed. I mean, what are they trying to blur out? You got me. You got me. Okay. I wonder if it'll still let me test out um two different thumbnails. They used to be able to test you to see which one performed better. Now I got two. Hold on, I'm gonna see. I don't know after it's already up if it still lets you do that. Gary, he does look like a little slob. I have no excuse for him. Because I mean, if anything, I do not feel like he's not a victim. Well, I mean, in my opinion, I should say. No, it's not letting me put two now. Dang it. Now, let me try the other one. I want to try this other thumbnail. I should ask you guys which one you guys like better. So now it looks like they're gonna search Gary Sr. I'm switching thumbnails. I feel like sometimes if you don't have enough noticeable stuff, yeah, maybe that'll be better. Okay. So now they're about to lift Gary Sr. up for his. I can't believe there's not only 71 people. Wow. This is actually like new, brand new stuff. I'm just kind of surprised. Um, See, look, no blur. Like, I mean, a little bit on his back, but not really. Maybe his shirt's falling down a little bit. Maybe his pants are falling down, but they don't have it blurred right there. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe. But like the way he was sitting before, you wouldn't have been able to see it because the wheelchair. Because look, hold on. Look though, just really quick. I'll put it back. But like the way he was sitting before, like the where they have it blurred, like the butt crack, it would be down here. You see what I'm saying? So it wouldn't even have been blurring that. So anyway, all right. Let's continue. And then the last one is gonna be Elizabeth. Yeah, because we just saw Elizabeth watching Christina's well, Zeke's not even up here. Where's he at? Well, he's not even in here. Zeke? We saw Elizabeth watching Christina's. We didn't see her actually getting searched. This is gonna be right now. Okay. Um, I guess I'll just keep Zeke's case if he comes back. Um, the camera's kind of crooked, but anyway, I wish there was audio. See what they're saying. Hi, Crystal. Crystal Crom Conversations. All saying, I'm glad you're back. Derpstein. Wait, why do I know your name? Derpstein. Derpstein. There was another Derpstein. You're not the same Derpstein from before, are you? That used to come in? I feel like it was spelled different, maybe. I don't look, they're looking in her hair. Ew, can you imagine? There's probably like bugs and I don't know. It's hard to believe that they didn't have anything on them from living there. Cockroaches, bugs. I mean, they probably made sure. I don't know. There was none in the clothes, maybe. I don't know. Mila's mom, I'm glad you're here. Derpstein, you're funny. Um, yeah, so they're searching her. Their clothes don't look as bad as I would have thought. You know what I'm saying? They just look like normal lounging clothes. They don't look dirty, but I guess it's hard to tell from here. But it makes sense now that if I would have okay, how she looks right there. I know we can't see her close up, but as what we could see, and then Gary, if they were to walk in Family Dollar or Dollar General, I don't think that would make me like, oh, there's something going on there. They look pretty normal. I mean, yeah, they probably smell like they said, but it's not like they look like really bad. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we're not seeing. It doesn't look like there's like a bunch of stains or holes or anything. Um, Now it's crazy though because like that mugshot, her eyes look really red. You can't see it here, but it's just maybe the quality of the camera. Because I mean, the mugshot would have been from the same day, so I don't know. Like my point is that Dollar General. I mean, it wouldn't be like that. Wouldn't be like a noticeable couple. Like, whoa, they look like out of place. If that makes sense. I almost keep wanting to say Dollar General. Does anybody else watch? Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. She has a YouTube channel. She cracks me up. Charlene. She plays a character and she's welcome Dollar General. Welcome to Dollar General. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make a joke, but this girl is so funny. She does like skits. She is hilarious. And I just keep almost saying it like that when I say Dollar General. Cicely, you watch her? What is this? Is it just called? What is her channel called? I can't think. I just get like recommended it. Like I'll get it come up because I'm sub, but I can't think of what it's called. Pregnant. Oh, I know. I'm trying to look like, depending on how far along. She does look like she's like protecting her stomach there, but that could just be like, very closed off. So that's it. That's what's released so far. Um, so we could watch it again after I go over everything I wanted to go over. I don't want to just keep replaying it until but we'll definitely watch it again if there's new people that come in. She could be pregnant though. She could be a few months, or I mean, some people could be up to like 6, 7 months and they're not that noticeable. Um, it did look like she may have had a little stomach that kind of stuck out proportionate to the rest of her body when they were like going through. It did look like maybe. Um, she is protecting it. I mean, but like that's more of a that could just be her being closed off. Body language. I'd like to see what's his name, Dr. G, do this body language, or of course behavior panel. They're my favorite for body language stuff. But I would like somebody to tell me that because like I know like the typical body language, I'm sure somebody would look at that just as is and it would be look like somebody that's very maybe a victim and closed off and scared and like but like is that an act? Is she just doing that because of the situation she's in, being arrested? Or is this like her demeanor? I mean, I know the people with the stores kind of describe her demeanor kind of like that. So, I mean, I know that kind of body language, I feel would be like somebody that is being, you know, abused or manipulated or like they're sheltered, they have to be controlled. That's the word I'm thinking of. So yeah, it does kind of see that, but I don't know if it's she's gotten arrested. I mean, they're arresting her. That could be a huge deal of why. um yeah, we'll watch that a little bit in a little bit again and examine it again. I'll give it a little bit of time here. Let's, if in case of more people come in. Does the sound okay? Because I got my fan on. I went back and listened. I did a couple lives earlier on the David case, and I went back and listened to when I turned the fan on compared to when I had it off, and I couldn't tell any difference. But let me know if the sound's okay. Let me go over the other stuff I was going to go over today, okay? So what I did is I took some screenshots from different articles that I thought I hadn't read yet, some of the information I hadn't heard yet, like the food bank. Did you guys hear about that? Because I didn't until the other day, 2 days ago, when I was gathering the information. Well, let's just go over it. Let's start from the first one. Who weighs who, Derpstein? Oh, you're a new. Oh, saying I had a nephew too born last week. I was in Columbus. Noah is his name. I heard you're an uncle. Well, I know you're an uncle. You had texted me a while back. How's that going? Noah, he's so cute and little. I have some pictures on my community post of him if you want to see. And Gia is such a good big sister. Gia's 6 and she's just like wanting to hold him. She's feeding him. Let me hold him. My turn. I want to hold him. She constantly wanted to hold him. So I don't know if she's still doing that, but okay, so let's just go over. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, Amelia's mom. If you figure it out, let me know. Yeah, I agree, Cicely. 100%. Yeah, there you go. That's perfect. Defeated by life. That's a good, that is a good description of how, yeah, just like, But it could also be if she is pregnant, like that natural instinct to guard your baby, you know. But I don't know, would she have that if she let her? I don't know. There's so many weird, like, so many questions here that we're just gonna have to wait to get the answer to, I guess. Me too. I loved it. We weren't able to, they didn't tell us the name until we got to meet them the first time. They're like, it's a surprise. And I guess Gia picked it out. They're like, Gia picked out the name. I love that name. I've always loved that name. All right. I know it doesn't, Mayla's mom. But why does it look so greasy and gross on the mugshot? It almost looks like it's this is after she had a shower or something, but obviously it's not. There's my Zeke. Hi, Bubby. Hi, baby. Obviously it's not because it's when they came in, they were searching them, so she couldn't have had a shower yet there. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just because the resolution's not good because the mugshot's more a resolution. I mean, you could see her hair is greasy. So, all right. Like here, look. Let me just show you something. I have it up. I mean, it's not like horror. I guess it's not like horror. I mean, it's pretty greasy, but it's not like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's greasy and like the redness. I don't know. It didn't look that bad on the. So this is after obviously she had a red shirt there. So let's think about this. The clothes that they were in there didn't look like the jail clothes. Because I was like, maybe that was after they, no, because they were searching them. So maybe this is the jail t-shirt they gave her, something to wear inside. Because sometimes they will give you, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Because I would say, okay, maybe that was the red shirt they gave them like cleaner clothes to go in. But no, why would they do that? And then why would they have to search them if they were giving them clothes, you know? I don't know, guys. Anyway, all right, so let's bring up, I'm gonna bring up my the articles. I screenshot like parts of the article that I wanted to read. All right, let's start with, I even have them each labeled. Article 1, 2, 3. Okay, I was prepared. I'm all proud of how I was prepared for this. I don't know why these two, I don't know why I saved these, but I'll read them anyway. There's two. It says neighbors share warning signs that were missed before 16 feral kids were found in the house of horrors. One local said he was oblivious to what was going on despite him conversing with Christina Sider, 66, at least 1 week ago. Take that back. I said that wrong. At least once a week. So it's like he said, this person said that he conversed with Christina Siders at least once a week and was oblivious to all this. Residents who were living in close proximity to the Siders family have been left astounded by what was actually allegedly going on behind closed doors. Elizabeth, Gary, Christina were taken into custody. Okay. Says there's details about their deplorable living arrangements have continued to emerge now. Neighbors have spoken out. Okay, so here's another one. This is a pretty interesting article right here. Neighbors left stunned by the discovery. Many questions remain chiefly, how did that number of children live under such horrific conditions, undetected for so long? It is very difficult for me to understand, the pastor said. When you have people come in, oh, I forgot. Hold on a second. That's why it's like, I actually, these ones are a little bit out of order because, hold on a second. I'm sorry. This goes first. Or it doesn't matter. I don't want to get mixed up. Sorry. I'm just going to do it. Well, the only reason I'm saying it is because you learn the pastor is the pastor that was there for the food drive. Okay. Which has some real life experience with them. Okay. Anyway, It's very difficult for me to understand, that the pastor says, when you have people coming to you like Mrs. Siders was, and she was getting as much food as she could get to take to her family. And what he's talking about is Christina Siders. That makes you think she cared. Then when you see the other side of this, you shake your head and go, how? Why? I was oblivious to what was going on in the house. And when I found out, I was astounded, he added. The pastor said he never spotted anything off with the elder Siders or their teenage granddaughters when they occasionally joined them at the food bank. Crazy. So they would bring in regularly, I think they'll tell how regular, they would bring their, Christina Siders would bring some of her grandkids in. And this person, I didn't know, it looked totally normal. The girls were quiet, very shy, extremely shamefaced. They never really communicated with me, but they whispered to her, he said. But they never showed any sign of abuse. They never showed any sign of being hungry. There was no stench or smell from when they came. Christina and Gary Sr. were already living in the rented house when Gary Jr. and Elizabeth moved in June 2025, according to the records seen by the Daily Mail. So that's probably why we're hearing 4 years. Remember I said maybe it was because they lived there before. So Gary and Elizabeth, or Gary and Christina probably lived there. Gary Sr. and Christina probably lived there 4 years. And then Elizabeth and Gary moved in with him. But another thing I was thinking, remember how they were kind of hiding from truancy from the schools? And they were listed. Sometimes we saw through the timeline of like what schools and the births and what they had as an address. Remember, sometimes they would have an address that it looked like they had already moved somewhere else, but they were using another address for the birth. So what if that's what they were doing? What if they didn't use that address until for the birth until later? You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't want to get caught by the schools. Is my making sense? So they were, for when they had the births that were like 2024, when we thought they would be in that house already, and they have it listed as the other house, previous house. What if they were already living in that Omer house, but they just gave that birth, they gave the previous address to kind of try to hide, remember, to kind of stay away from them finding them for truancy? It could be something like that. That's what I really want to know. How long were Gary Jr. and Elizabeth in that house? Was it really just June 2025, and they moved in with them, or was it before? Okay, sorry. This is saying that they moved in. Records show, doesn't mean physically the records could show something different, but they moved in with Christina and Gary in June 2025. But the Siders neighbors had no idea what was unfolding in the house a few doors down. Joe Stewart said 5 of the children smiled and waved at him shortly after they first moved in, and he later spotted some of the kids feeding their dog and walking with their grandmother. He did turn back on us. Did you guys say the audio sounds okay, by the way? No. Wait, are you talking about a house that wasn't the house that they got, not the Omer house? Can you email me that, Susie, what you're talking about? Was that the, wait a minute, maybe those were the pictures of the house that wasn't the Omer house, and everybody was saying that it was their house, maybe because it was their old house? Is that what it was? Because that house was like, looks like the red paint. People, they keep posting that as the house, but that's not the Omer house. Susie, here's my email. Email me wherever you saw that the contractor said that, and if there's what pictures you're saying. I want to see if it's, I have the records. I have all the documents we could go over. Is that what you mean? I have those I got the other day. I was going to go over some of them. Okay. Anyway, so they're saying that they spotted some of the kids feeding their dog and walking with their grandmother. I didn't pay much attention to them, and they didn't say anything to me, he told Daily Mail. It's hard to believe living that close to them. I didn't even know they had kids. I saw Elizabeth last month. She was on her own and she looked like she was sad. Neighbors saw warning signs for years. Others spotted telltale signs that all might not be well in the Siders household. Elizabeth Long, a worker at the Hamden Dollar General store close to the Siders' previous home, said she saw Elizabeth Siders throughout her pregnancy. Long believes she was due with twins, but never once saw any babies. Maybe that was the twins that passed, though. I honestly assume the way they lived and they look. I want to see if anybody responded to that. Oh, I need an email. I want to know. You're saying it to the other house? I'll have to see if I could find it. I saw the pictures of all the houses, but I didn't see pictures of inside of the other house, just the house that in question here. Anyway. Okay, I honestly assumed the way they lived and they looked that Children's Services took the baby from the hospital. Long, who was using a pseudonym, told the Daily Mail, she recalled the older relatives would come into the store dressed nice and very clean. They did not come in like Gary and Elizabeth at all. I only saw the kids twice in 2 years. I saw 4 of the 16 kids. They were very pale, very skinny, and they did cover their face with their hair to block out the outside world, she said. They didn't want to have interaction with nobody. They acted just like their mom. Their mom was very quiet. I didn't really think much of it. Growing up, Elizabeth and Gary lived just one trailer apart in the mobile home park in Gallipolis, a village an hour from Hamden, just across the Ohio River from West Virginia. The youngest of the 3 children born to Brian and Lori Ann Russell, Elizabeth was 15 years old and heavily pregnant when she married Gary Jr., then 18, with her parents' permission and a judge's sign off in the Mason County, West Virginia, according to the court records. Right, Gary Sr.'s sister. Wow, really? Gary Sr.'s sister. Wow. The youngest of the 3 children born to Brian and Lori. Oh, I already read that. West Virginia had no legal minimum age for marriage at the time. 2 months after the March 2008 wedding, Elizabeth gave birth to a child, now the oldest of the 16. Among the brood are 3 sets of twins, now aged 4, 2, 1.5, court records show. Separately, in November 2022, Elizabeth gave birth prematurely to conjoined twins, Faith and Bailey, but they died the same day. A tiny printed plaque with an image of 2 angels marks the little girls' graves in a cemetery close to the Siders Hamden house. Tom Stoley, Elizabeth's attorney, confirmed she is the mother of all 16 who were all born in local hospitals. But officials have admitted they are still looking for birth certificates for all the kids, many of whom have yet to be interviewed by investigators. So this is kind of, they did find, I think, most of the birth certificates by now. The newlyweds began their married life in Gary Jr.'s trailer before they moved into the 3-bedroom home a 10-minute drive away. One neighbor, Melissa, told the Daily Mail her brother's family had lived next door to the house and that her nieces and nephews may have talked to some of the Siders' children through the fence. But she said it was only after they left the neighbors got a glimpse into the... It was only after they left that the neighbors got a glimpse into the squalid conditions inside the home, where multiple families, including the Siders, had lived. Our neighbor took a tour of that house, and they said a couple of the doors had padlocks on the outside. That's crazy. Think about that, locking them in. I'm not saying that happened, but a couple of them had padlocks on the outside. She said the conditions were horrible inside. She said there was something really weird about the house. They didn't buy it. Wow. One neighbor, Melissa, told the Daily Mail that her parents had previously lived in a home nearby that was so dilapidated. Neighbor Joe Stewart, 60, told Daily Mail he had no idea of what was unfolding in the house a few doors down. He said 5 of the children smiled and waved at him shortly after they first moved in, and he later spotted some of the kids feeding their dog and walking with their grandmother. So that was him. Attorney says that the mother may be victim too. After the property was vacated, piles of kids' clothing were discovered in the attic of the house, and the floors have caved in due to the sheer amount of urine that had eroded the floorboards. Oh yeah, this is what the house you guys are talking about. I just didn't see pictures of it. Anyway, is this the one of the articles because it's saying almost exactly what you guys said. Somebody about the piles of kids' clothing were discovered in the attic of the house, and the floors had caved in due to the sheer amount of urine that had eroded the floorboards, requiring extensive renovation work, one local said. Attorney Stolley is still pondering the question of whether his client could also be seen as a victim. We are still not sure, at least at my office, whether my client is a victim herself or not, he told reporters at an impromptu press conference on Tuesday. I have previously stated she does not characterize herself as a victim, but the investigation from the prosecutor's office and my office is still ongoing. In an interview with 10 TV, he revealed that she has been constantly asking about her children and said positive things about her husband. So she's saying positive things about her husband, which still doesn't mean that she's not being controlled and abused, because I think a lot of us have seen cases where they'll or been in relationships where the person thinks it's their fault. Oh, they're great. And they think it's their fault when they're like so badly manipulated. They're going to start thinking like, it's my fault. He's great. It's all my fault. So it's that doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that he is, or that she wasn't a victim is what I'm saying, but we don't know yet. What she's told me repeatedly is that she and Gary wanted a big family. I don't know if they wanted a family that was this big. She said that kids are a gift from God. Stolley has filed a motion for a recognizance bond for Elizabeth, who has no known criminal history and whose principal desire is to reunite with her children, he said in court papers seen by the Daily Mail. He strongly objected to early characterizations of how the children were found, particularly the descriptions of them being feral and the living conditions being pure evil. He said there was no evidence to show. Oh, Zeke's behind me now. He's still here. He's behind me. There's no evidence to show the children were locked in a 12 by 12 room and not free to move about the home or go outside, and revealed the kids even had phones and access to social media. Social media sleuths claim to have uncovered a string of accounts linked to children, some bearing images of pet cats and anime characters, which we're going to go over some of them, but there's some I'm not going to go over. I've seen them all now, I think, but there's some that I feel like is not confirmed it's them, and to show videos of the kids that I'm not even sure some of them are them, but I know some of them are, because I'll show you why, with the anime characters and stuff, but we'll get all into that. The Daily Mail could not independently confirm the accounts belong to any of the Siders' children. This is a case of poverty. This may be a case of isolation. It may be a case of parents getting in over their heads when it comes to their children and their family. But this is a case of these people living together here, Stolley told News Nation. Report passed of family at center of House of Horrors. Okay. To some, Christina Sider seemed the picture of a caring grandparent, remember Christina's the grandparent, as she made the weekly trip to a local food bank to collect supplies for her grandchildren. She came here every week for 2 years, and she took as much food as I allowed her to take. Produce, vegetables, fruits, breads, pastas, 6 pounds a week, or 6 pounds of meat, a local pastor who declined to be identified exclusively told Daily Mail. When she first came in, she told us she had 16 kids and we were giving her extra food. Then we got thinking, come on, no one can have that many kids in that house. Though seemingly beyond belief, Siders was telling the truth about her ginormous brood. But little did the pastor know, the cordial and sweet senior was harboring a darker secret. Christina and her 16 grandchildren, along with their parents and her alien husband, were allegedly living in a dilapidated home filled with human waste, filth, and trash, in conditions decried as pure evil by Ohio's top prosecutor. The children aged 17 months to 18 years were almost like feral animals, and some couldn't speak or walk when they were freed from the House of Horrors in the tiny village of Hampton, 80 miles south of the state capital, Columbus. In June 30th, Attorney General Andy Wilson initially told reporters. None of the children were enrolled in school at the time, local officials said. Lisa, I know I miss you too. This is Lisa? Yes. Um, yeah, right, Bobby? In those booking, search photos, he looks well fed. All right. Let's go over. I have a few more stuff I want to read. Vinton County, Ohio. New court records and public records requests are providing additional insight into the investigation that led authorities to remove 16 children from Vinton County home this week, while also raising new questions about the property. On Thursday, ABC 6 on Your Side obtained 4 criminal complaints filed in Vinton County Municipal Court against Gary Siders Jr., charging him with 4 counts of public indecency. The complaints were filed Tuesday by the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation. The same day, investigators removed 16 from the Siders property. According to the complaints, investigators allege Siders recklessly exposed his private parts at the residence on 4 separate occasions, and that his conduct could likely be viewed by people nearby who were not members of his family. The alleged incidents occurred May 23rd, 27th, 29th, and May 31st. It remains sealed, though. The initial investigation remains sealed, and they have not publicly explained what first brought them to the property, which I had done a short on that, though. Okay, here's another thing. ABC on Your Side also visited the Village of Hamden Water Department seeking information about utility service at the home. Village officials confirmed the property has had running water since 2023 and said the water account is in the name of Christine Siders. So it's in the name of the grandma, right? Which we know had was running water because the person that broke in there and turned on the water. There's a new inside of the house video too I want to go over that I hadn't showed yet. So now there's a bunch. There's so many people that went in there. Anyway, officials declined to provide additional details at the counter. ABC on Your Side has filed public records requests seeking records shown when the account was open, meter reading history, and any service calls associated with the property. Questions also remain about who owned the property and how the Siders family came to live there. Property records show the home was owned by a woman who died last year in her 90s. Following her death, the property was transferred into a trust. ABC on Your Side tracked down the trustee responsible for the property and attempted to ask whether the Siders family was paying rent, how often the property was inspected, and whether the trustee knew children were living there. The trustee declined an interview. Her husband said she did not wish to comment. The investigation remains active. Authorities have not released the affidavit support the initial search warrant, and multiple search warrants connected to the case remain under seal. Okay, now I just want to go over this real quick just because they said that. Let me just go over something really quick. I know I already made a short video on it, but not everybody sees. I just think this is really important. This Vinton County Sheriff's Office, their press release on July 1st. I can't believe that I hadn't not seen it. Like, because it explains why they were there. Okay. I zoomed way in. Now I got to find it. Here it is. Okay. So it says update on the Vinton County abuse case. Attorney General Randy Wilson, Vinton County Sheriff, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Today provided an update on an ongoing investigation following the execution of search warrants on Tuesday morning at a residence on Omer Street in Hamden. At approximately 10 a.m. Tuesday, law enforcement executed court-authorized search warrants as part of an ongoing investigation involving allegations of domestic abuse and child neglect. That's the thing I wanted to highlight on this right there. So that's why they initially went. And then it says during the execution of the warrant, investigators located 16 children inside the residence. So I'm not going to read the rest because we've read all this just about, their arraignment, all this stuff. But I just thought that that was interesting that it says they executed court-authorized search warrant as part of an ongoing investigation involving allegations of domestic abuse and child neglect. Wait, I just thought of something. Maybe I'm not reading. I just realized something. Maybe I was looking at that wrong here. Now that I'm thinking about it, help me out here on this. Because this whole time I was thinking that said right there was saying that that was the initial reason that they went there. But let me see dates. Hold on. I got to see something. Because now I'm starting to doubt something here. That was June 30th that they went in. This is saying no, it would have been Tuesday. Yeah, never mind. No, I was reading it right. Yeah. Okay. Because I was thinking, wait, are they saying that it was after the fact that they were going for the public indecency? They went there, then they saw the kids, and then they got the search warrant after the fact. But this all happened that day. So I don't. What time did they end up going there? Because that Tuesday would be June 30th, right? Because do you see what I'm saying? Because now I'm debating, did that mean that when they went there, they saw like all of that stuff, then hurry up and got a search warrant, and that's what they're talking about? Or did they come with the search warrant? Am I making sense? Initially, I thought, okay, they're saying right here that they came for that warrant and it was ongoing. No, because it says ongoing investigations. No. So, yeah, it has to be that. Sorry, I'm kind of just thinking out loud. I just had a moment that I thought, wait, was I looking at it all wrong? No, it says ongoing, part of an ongoing investigation involving allegations of domestic abuse and child neglect. So I'm taking it as that that was before they went there, right? Okay. Yeah, then if they're saying 10 a.m., then that means that they went there with that search warrant because of the ongoing domestic abuse and child neglect charges. So it wasn't the public indecency, it sounds like. That might have just been on top of it for an excuse to go there. I don't know, but I just thought I'd read that because I didn't read that originally until what, a few days ago. All right, so let me go back to these articles. I have a few more I want to go over. And then you guys, if you're here for the videos, I had played them at the beginning, the videos of them searching them, but I will play them after I read these articles again. If you want, we could go through them again. Okay, so this says court records reveal, and I have all the court records. Like, I mean, they don't say a ton, but I do have all the ones that are out so far. Court records reveal officials launched a truancy case after 6 of the family's children reportedly failed to attend a single day of school. But the case was eventually dismissed after the parents could not be found, which I know I went over this before, but I feel like it's very important that, you know, if people didn't see my other live, that yes, they could not be found, and the kids were truant. And it's saying Elizabeth and her husband Gary and his parents Gary and Christina were arrested. Okay. It says investigators said several children had such limited communication skills that were described as feral, which I don't know if that's true, considering some of their accounts. And then that guy that supposedly dated one of them. So that's the thing about this. If they're saying that and they're acting like, and I swear I heard that even the oldest kid couldn't even write her name. If they're saying all this and really making everybody see this case and it's not true, and a lot of like the older ones could read and write and stuff like that, then that could actually be very harmful for the case, because like there's some things out there that make it seem like that might not be true. Now maybe the younger ones, but they made it seem like none of them could, and the oldest couldn't even write her name. Have you guys not seen that? So I don't know. I could see the younger ones though that were, I mean, the real young ones that were brought up in that house. But newly revealed court filings obtained by News Nation show Gallia County officials had already tried to intervene years earlier over the family's school attendance. Gary Jr. and Elizabeth were summoned to juvenile court after their six oldest children, who had been enrolled at Attaville Elementary School, allegedly failed to attend a single day during the 2021-22 school year. A truancy complaint filed on October 19th, 2021 said the children had not been to school since classes began on August 25th that year. Superintendent confirmed August 25th marked the first day of the school year, meaning the children had already missed nearly 8 weeks of lessons then when the complaint was filed. But records show the case was dismissed on January 7th, 2022, because the parents could not be located and their whereabouts were unknown. The family's movements in the years that followed have also raised fresh questions. Court records listed the Siders at a mailing address in Cheshire, although 1 month after the truancy case was dismissed, Elizabeth reportedly gave birth at Gallia County Hospital, using an address in Chippewa County, Wisconsin. So I think they're trying to hide because they don't want the kids taken away. So that's why they may have been in that house, Omer house, for 4 years, but they made some of those recent kids address a previous one so they couldn't find them. It really could be that, you know, they're trying to, because they know once they find them, they catch up. I mean, well, look what happened. But even if it wasn't even this bad, for them not going to school, I mean, property records identified that Wisconsin location as agricultural land with no residential building, while county officials reportedly found no record of calls or visits there. Am I screaming? I feel like I'm talking. I just realized I'm like screaming. Guys, I'm sorry. I feel like because that fan, I could hear the fan sounds loud to me. So I feel like you guys could hear it and I need to talk loud, but I don't think I do. I'm sorry. I'm probably talking so loud. What do you guys think? Am I? Yes. Yep, Cicely. Yeah, that's true. That's Tony. Thank you for bringing that up. I have that in one of my notes because I have some explanations. That's what I was thinking. Swear to God. Like, what if they didn't talk because they were scared to talk, or number one, are the parents that don't talk because they don't want them to even say much too. So they're like, I don't want to get my parents in trouble, and I'm scared. So scared for different reasons, like a couple different reasons. So then the investigators think, oh, they can't even talk. You know what I'm saying? It could be something like that. Yes, Tony. No, I know you guys can't hear the fan, but what I'm saying is, am I talking too loud? Was I talking too loud? Yes or no? Okay. And then it says Elizabeth later used Cheshire address again when giving birth in November 2022, and once more after delivering her twins January 2024. In August 2023, deputies responded to a report of a smashed vehicle window at the Cheshire property, but the caller reportedly lived there and was not connected to the Siders family, suggesting they may have already moved away. Okay, so yeah, see what I'm saying? Look, 2023 would have been the house they had listed before the Omer house. And this person's saying, no, I mean, that they didn't live there then, but they listed that for their children born at that time. So that's what I'm saying. I think they already lived at the Omer house, is why we're hearing 4 years, because they did. They were just lying about the address for the kids that they had at the time. Because right here, it kind of proves it. They were not there, this person says. Anyway, the revelations come as fresh scrutiny has fallen on how the family managed to stay largely off the radar before the children were rescued. Vinton County Prosecutor William Archer recently revealed only children's grandparents were receiving state benefits, which is crazy to me. That's crazy to me, but I think that means two things maybe. Maybe they were just trying to keep off radar because they weren't sending the kids to school. That's probably the main reason. But it also makes you think that they realized how bad it was that they would get their kids taken away. And if they realized that, then they knew that Think about that then. That means they know that what they're doing is wrong and it's not safe for their kids because you know what I'm saying? And was Elizabeth aware of that? Because if they thought they're doing everything right, oh, it's fine. Like, why do you have to hide then? It could just be the school thing, but I mean, that's wrong right there to keep your kids from learning. Anyway, it's saying that the grandparents were the only one receiving state benefits supposedly before the arrest. Authorities had previously said the children had no school records, no medical records, no previous child protective service involvement before officers arrived at the property while executing a search warrant linked to unrelated allegations involving Gary Siders Jr. Defense attorney Ben Chu suggested the family's frequent moves may have helped them avoid scrutiny. The intentionality is evidenced by the frequent moving. That's exactly what I was saying. They're wording it. That's what I was just saying. That's what they're saying. That the fact that they moved around to avoid it meant that their intention, they knew what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? That it was bad. The intentionality is evidenced by the frequent moving around because that does suggest they were aware of the wrongdoing. They were trying to evade that and they had the wherewithal to do that. Moving isn't easy, he said. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's attorney said his client remains desperate for answers as prosecutors continue building their case. She is exhausted. Yeah. Wait, let me see. She is exhausted. She is asking about the kids, and I think she is wanting some of the same answers that we're all wanting, Stolly said. She wants to know what is going on. What evidence does that state have? Because at this point, I'm able to sit and talk with her about the charges, but we can't actually discuss evidence. Attorney General Andy Wilson, who is assisting with investigation, has described the alleged conditions as pure evil. That thing just keeps being repeated in these articles. Some of these children couldn't even speak, Wilson said. It was terrible. I'm not going to keep repeating the feral animals quote. It's like every article is including that. Official says 7 of the rescued children were taken to hospitals, 2 airlifted with helicopter, only 1 initially listed in critical condition. Some were unable to speak, supposedly. Okay. Hold on, let me see if I got an email. Oh, nobody sent me an email. I thought somebody was gonna send about the whatchamacallit, the pictures of that other house you said, I thought. Hold on, let me. Okay, so let me play. I have a few more articles I wanted to read, but I was gonna mix it up with a video maybe. Which is this? Well, let me just finish reading a few more. It says, I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children. None of the 16 children was enrolled in the local school. And authorities said determining exactly what education they had received remains part of the investigation. Neighbors said they had no idea such a large number of children were living inside the property. My grandkids and my kids, we've walked up and down that street. There's never been a sign of any child, one resident told the news. As a mother and grandmother, I just don't understand the logic. Crazy. So this is talking about the grandpa and grandma were the only ones that I'm aware of that were receiving state benefits at the time of this incident. Archer told reporters after being asked how the family supported themselves. He did not specify whether the payments were Social Security benefits, food stamps, or another form of state assistance. Gary Siders Jr., who investigators believe is the father of the children, was reportedly working as a DoorDash delivery driver. Dang, can you imagine getting food from him? See, that's kind of scary because that could bring in roaches and stuff. You never think about that, but your DoorDash driver could have, they're putting it in the car. A roach could crawl in the bag, leave an egg or something. I don't know how that works. Any of those bugs, or like bed bugs, and then put it on your stoop, then you pick it up and you bring it in your house. I mean, I don't know. That just grosses me out. Independent crime reporter Lauren Conlon claimed on Chris Cuomo's Crime Time podcast that the grandparents were the only family members supported by the state. They said, I don't think Gary Siders was even working, but if he was working as a DoorDash driver or delivery driver, she said. I'm not sure where she got that. The revelation has sparked fresh questions over how 16 children could remain almost completely unknown to authorities, despite members of the household interacting with government agencies. They had no school records, no medical records, no prior CPS involvement. Okay, we read that. Some of this is some of the same stuff, but there's new things throughout it. Let's see. Stoley, so Elizabeth's lawyer has met with Elizabeth 3 times, but has yet to receive discovery documents. Says Stoley argued the descriptions such as Farrell have fueled the public speculation before evidence has been presented in court. The attorney also rejected online rumors that the children have been tied up, saying there's no evidence that they were restrained. None of the 4 adults has yet been indicted. Stoley has filed a motion to ask the court to reduce Elizabeth's bond, arguing she doesn't pose a risk and would agree to any conditions set by the court. And we know the senior has already been out, or got the recognizance bond. He also is due to undergo competency hearing. Investigators have warned the case is expected to move slowly, with officials saying some of the children were unable to communicate, making the investigation more complicated. And it says the education remains unclear. They say they have no records of them attending school or being homeschooled, according to the WCMH. So, like the people saying the homeschool, there's no record of them being homeschooled. No medical records. Okay. Elizabeth gave birth 18 times in less than 17 years. They say legal expert Ron. It raised questions for officials 18 times in less than 17 years. How are you taking care of those children? What kind of birth protection are you utilizing? Do you want to have more children? He said. And he says, her lawyer says, Elizabeth's attorney previously spoke, saying Elizabeth said that her and her husband wanted, or no, that Elizabeth said and her husband wanted a lot of kids. What she told me repeatedly is that she and Gary wanted a big family. I don't know if they wanted a family that was this big, but she's repeatedly said to me that she wanted a big family. There's no indication that the kids were not free to move about at the home. There's no indication from my conversations with my client that the kids were not allowed to go outside. That's what her lawyer's saying. Relatives have claimed that they lost contact with Elizabeth after she married Gary Siders Jr. when she was just 15 years old and 7 months pregnant. He was 18 at the time. Officials say even 7 children were rushed to hospitals after the raid, with 2 airlifted for emergency treatment. 1 child remained critical. They've deliberately moved between Ohio counties over the years to avoid creating medical government records. At least they believe that. Wilson said these folks were pretty good at hiding these kids. Although Elizabeth has claimed all 16 children are biologically hers, investigators have described the probe as an intra-family case, a term commonly used in incest investigations. He also claimed there's no indication that the kids were not free to move about the home. There's no indication from my conversations with my client that the kids were not allowed to go outside. Oh, we already read that. Okay. And it says investigators said interviewing the children has proved extremely difficult because of severe developmental delays. One of the challenges is the children are limited. They can communicate, but it's extremely limited and some not at all. Okay. Sorry. I just want to get through all these article stuff. We're almost through. I'll skip over if there's like repeats. This looks like it's a lot of repeat. I just want to stress, she says, Zoey also said Elizabeth has only had positive things to say about Gary. They wanted a bunch of kids. So we already read all that. And how she says that her kids are a gift from God and that she was open to that. They talk about the kids for a significant amount of time when he visits Elizabeth in jail. And she told her lawyer that she told him some of the kids had phones and the older kids were on social media. When you use language like feral, you are imagining people that have been isolated away from human contact. People who never interacted with any sort of social media, with the internet, with humans outside of their own home, or even humans in general who completely lack the ability to use language. The lawyer is saying like, that's what feral means. So it's like saying it's wrong that they keep using that because that's not true. And it says there's nothing, because he says there's nothing to suggest that this is the case. And in fact, we've seen some things to contradict that. After the news, Dollar General employee revealed she saw Gary and Elizabeth just one day before they were taken into custody. It was mind-blowing once I saw the mugshot. I just saw them on Monday. They were my last customers, Ariel Gutierrez said in the interview. She claimed that the children would sometimes be brought into the store and that one of them was kept close to the adults and one was not allowed to speak, and was not allowed to speak with anyone inside the store. She also noticed the children's hair covered in their faces and extremely thin. Okay. Investigators continue to look for records and details about the 16 children. Oh, the 4 adults who lived in the house with the kids have been charged with child endangerment. There's no records of them going to school. The incident is leading one state lawmaker to consider putting more guardrails around homeschooling, as the children in the Siders family were not enrolled in school. Clearly, his family was not fit to be doing homeschooling, and we need to figure out what we can do to make sure this does not happen again, said Senator Bill Blessing. He was wondering whether government homeschooled children don't fall off the radar. Or wait. Blessing said he's wondering whether government documents could be cross-checked periodically to ensure homeschooled children don't fall off the radar. He suggested artificial intelligence might be helpful in finding inconsistencies to detect whether kids are really being taught at home. There has to be some tax information. There has to be some Medicaid information. There has to be some education information, Blessing said. They are all siloed in the various departments or agencies. But if you have some sort of AI system that looks and tries to catch red flags, but is looking at all the data, I think we might have been able to catch that earlier. Blessing said he doesn't want to burden some homeschool families with additional paperwork, but he said more accountability is needed to ensure all homeschooled kids are actually getting education. To illustrate the size of the space, ABC recreated 12 by 12 foot and assembled 16 adults, no need, and did not use children for safety reasons. Volunteers stood inside the room for 10 minutes and described how quickly it became uncomfortable. Let me take a sip of this. Man, my throat was getting scratchy. Okay. When I first walked into the room seemed so much larger. As we continued to stand in the room, it was difficult to move around, Holly said. It got stuffy. It got crowded. We didn't know what to do with our arms. We were trying to be in the space and think about what to do and say. Rording said the experience was upsetting as she thought about what the children endured. It's really upsetting to think this is all they know, Rording said. I couldn't imagine. I'm sorry. I couldn't imagine. I know that's all they know. There's such a pureness with kids. They adapt in the environment they're in. I'm sure they made the best of it from what their perspective was. It's unimaginable. It's inhumane. Another volunteer, Beardsley, also reacted emotionally. I cannot imagine what they went through, Beardsley said. It breaks my heart that someone had to endure this. It's just really heartbreaking to me. And I feel so much for children and what they went through, for those children and what they went through. Family psychologist David Lowenstein said that the children are now out of the home in the state of custody. He expects they will need years of counseling. That begins with rebuilding trust. They're going to find out that wasn't the norm. One of the reasons the kids didn't say anything, they thought all homes had 16 kids in them. Lowenstein said, this is a major trauma short of death. As close as you get, I think. They spent a lifetime in there, Lowenstein said. That's crazy to think like they worded that good. Like that's all they knew, but they're going to find out that's not the norm. Okay, this is the last two for the articles. Vinton County Sheriff Ryan Kane said he observed a high presence of bacterial and human feces when collecting evidence from the home. He added that the children were literally about to fall through the floor. An employee at the Dollar General who asked not to be identified told 10 TV he regularly saw Siders Jr. and Elizabeth shopping shortly before the store closed. The couple typically came into the store several nights a week and stood out because of what he described as poor hygiene and disheveled clothing. He also recalled them cycling through multiple payment cards while checking out. It makes me question my own actions, he told 10 TV. Whether or not I should have asked them about it or seen if they needed anything or anything I could have done to maybe prevent this in any way, because there were signs. Okay. All right, so let me bring you guys up real quick. Let me take a photo. So is anybody in here like really anxious to watch the search again? Or because if you rewind it to the beginning you could see it, but I'm debating should I replay it now or go into some other stuff I was going to show since I already played it. Hey Carolyn, what do you guys want? Put a 1 if you want to watch them being searched if you missed it at the beginning. All 4 of them, it's there's no audio, but they came out, somebody somehow got them where they're each a couple minutes long where they're searching Christina, Lynn, Elizabeth, and Gary Jr. and Sr. Put a 1 if you haven't seen it and you want to watch it right now again, and put a 2 if not. Because I mean, I'm definitely going to play it again, but I'm debating whether I should go over the next stuff I wanted to go over or play it. Wait, 1 is if you want to watch it again, right? Was 1 if you kid, if 1 was 1, I think is to watch it. Okay, let me play it again. Okay. Because I figured there was only not even 100 people in here when I initially played it. So that's why I was like, yeah, people are going to want to see it. Okay. But a shout out CG Hannon. I don't know if that's how you say her name, but she's the one that came out with this. I don't know how she got them. But I'm thinking she may have been local and went in and picked them up. Sometimes you can get more stuff when you do it. Hold on. Let me actually crop all these. Oh, that is cropped. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to try to, let me just crop all these so they're as big as we could get it without I could explain who's being. Oh, 1 second, guys. I'm just getting them all cropped. Okay, like I said, there's no sound, but still interesting to see. Okay, here we go. So the first one is Christina. I'm gonna make it like this so it's bigger. All right. So this is the first one. And then you see Elizabeth behind her though. I wonder like how bad they smell. Those are definitely not the jail clothes. I'm just curious because in the mugshot she had like a gray shirt, but sometimes they do in jail. It's not always. Trying to think of the t-shirt wise. Like so, yeah, I could see get like a gray t-shirt, right? So I'm just curious because the mugshot, like, when was that taken? Because her hair looked, like I said, a lot more greasier than it appears here. It's hard to tell, really. I mean, her hair doesn't look greasy from here, but I don't know. It's like they look a lot cleaner than you would think living in the house, but I guess we could only see so much. But I mean, well, I'm just saying, like, it's not like it doesn't look like there's dirt and crap all over their clothes and stains and holes. They look clean. The clothes actually look clean to me. Do they not, or am I crazy? Besides Gary Jr., his shirt looked all. Like her hair doesn't look greasy. Why they're searching it? It's hard to believe that they were living in that house. It just, huh? Yeah. But here, Callie, the thing is if they would have went somewhere to shower, why are they searching them? There's no, you know what I'm saying? That's why it's like no, because they're searching them. They would have if they had already showered there, they would have searched them before the shower as they took off their clothes. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't think that they went somewhere to shower because look, they're searching them like they're just coming in now. You know, so I don't know. And like I said in the mugshot, Elizabeth has a gray shirt on. So yeah, I don't think they did. That's the whole thing. Because why would they pat him down? So now we're looking at they're rolling in Gary Senior. You can see the reason this says Junior on the text because up above I think it says Gary Junior and Senior. No, that's what they do. They roll in Gary Senior and then they search Gary Junior. Like I said, we don't know why they blurred him out, Gary Sr., because when they have him stand up, they don't blur him. So it's confusing why they have that blur around him. But there's Gary Jr. It almost looks like, oh, never mind. See, he looks dirty. He looks the dirtiest. Like that shirt looks really dirty to me. Now that looks like he came out of that house, the way he looks for some reason. He looks like he really, well, it's not to be mean, but that shirt definitely looks kind of dirty. Was he the only one with the chains around the ankles? Huh. Wonder if he put up some kind of fight because the women didn't have those. Or maybe just because he's a guy? Oh, the slides are usually the first thing they give you. They'll give you those sandals before you even get your clothes. I mean, maybe not all places, but I actually, even when I had gotten arrested in college for underage drinking, they gave me the slides. They didn't I'd make me put in their they didn't make me put on the jail, but in the holding cell before you get booked, you're in the slides. At least that's how, and I'm in Ohio, so it'd be more yeah, you're in the slides. And like I said, it was just not a DUI. It was underage, so I never got put in jail. Like I just got in the holding cell until somebody picked us up for hours. They made us sit in the holding cell with the slides, but didn't give us any of the jail uniform. So the slides are, they're probably in the holding waiting, and they give you the slides because they don't let you wearing your shoes, I guess, when you're waiting. And then they're obviously going to jail, so now they have to get the uniforms. But yeah, the slides they give to basically, that's like the first thing they give for some reason. Yeah, true, Brownie, that's true. Okay, it was confirmed. Okay, cool, thank you. I don't mean to laugh about that, but yeah, because you wouldn't think that, first of all, putting the officers putting them in their car, like they probably just clean it out real good after um the jail. I don't know. I'm sure if they see them, but really? So I guess things are different, probably depending on where you're in. Because I've been arrested a few times. One time where I actually did get into jail, and from what I remember, it was always the slides first, or like I said, a lot of my ones when I was like, in my 20s, college, getting into like trouble like that. Um, Not like anything serious except that one time was serious, but uh yeah, maybe different places are different. But from my experience, the jail slides were right as you're still waiting to be booked in. They give it to you while you're in those, those cells that are right there before you actually go to the jail, the holding cells. They'll give you the slides. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Well, yeah, because you actually see Gary Senior is in the jail uniform, it looks like. So his might have just been so bad, or they may have taken him a little bit separately to whatever. So they put him in because they needed help or something. I don't know. But it looks like he's already in the uniform. So, And you saw that Gary Jr. had the ankle shackles on. So I don't know. Yeah, because the girls didn't have the orange slides, did they? Yeah. So I don't know. It's kind of, well, there's a guy's side and a women's side, but the guys may do it different. Maybe they were able to get them situated quicker, or who knows what it is. You just never know. And you know what? To be honest, like not every case is going to be the same. You know what I'm saying? It probably depends on the process and who's there and how they just goes on. No, he's not in a jail uniform. I lied. He's not. I don't know why I thought that for a minute, seeing the orange shirt. He's just in his pajamas. Dude, that's so weird because in my memory, he had orange pants on. Like that's if I wouldn't have just watched this now and somebody asked me, I would have said he had orange pants on. Huh. That's why sometimes it's good to watch a few times. But yeah, he's got his pajama pants and just an orange shirt. But did the girls have the slide? Well, we'll see Elizabeth in a minute. Did they have the slides on? Why do I feel like I don't know? I think they did, right? Elizabeth will be next. Because remember, we were watching Christina's. We could just see Elizabeth. We haven't got to see her being searched yet. I mean, we did earlier, but this round we didn't. So there's a yeah, they did have the orange slides. Okay. Duh, that's why we brought it up. Oh my lord. Just ignore me. I have these blonde moments. I'm probably not even allowed to say blonde moments anymore, huh? Is that like against the those slides look way too big for her. Look how big they look on her. They look huge on the back. It looks like they're all hanging. At least maybe I'm not seeing it right. Sometimes they only have certain sizes. I remember I feel like they don't have half sizes, at least I guess my serious charge I was in Colorado, but I remember I said like 8.5 or and we don't have half sizes. Here's a 9, and so they were too big. They don't care. Like we don't got half sizes. Take a 9. It's like okay, they don't care. So they obviously didn't have the size she needed, or she didn't know the size she wore because those are huge on her. But yeah, her hair looks soft and shiny. It doesn't look greasy, but I just wonder if it's because we can't see it as clear, maybe. Maybe it just appears that way because it wasn't in the mugshot, but ah, I don't know. When did those mugshots come out? Because I'm trying to think like no, they usually take those. Hold on. Yeah, right then I'm booking. Right? So I was just thinking like what if maybe she was already in jail a little bit, got greasy before they took the mugshot, but she definitely has a different shirt on for the mugshot, so I'm a little bit confused. Like I said, unless if they gave him a gray shirt to wear in the jail, and that's they took the mugshots after they have. Hold on, let me see everybody else's mugshot clothes. Hold on a second. Now you guys got me thinking here. They're all wearing something different than what they're wearing here. That's weird. They all have different shirts on. Huh. It just has to be the t-shirts they gave them to wear in there. Because this has to be what they came in. They're searching him. That would not happen. I mean, why would they search him if they already gave him clothes? They're searching their clothes, like everything. So yeah, because so they must have gave him. So I'll show you in a minute. Christina has like a maroon shirt on. She has a gray one, but that's not that weird because sometimes if you're like a senior, if you're a little bit older, you'll actually have a different color on anyway. Sometimes I don't know what the rules are here, but I could see since she's like could be considered a senior. I don't know. I remember when I went in, there was different. Some of us had, I think, I forget the colors. I think there was blue and green or something. I don't know. I'd have to look up the specific things, but I don't know, guys. Unless if they were just. Ah. Yeah, but I mean, Neva, you would think they would give them the jail uniform then. Yeah, because I mean, I'll show you after we're done here that they none of them like we remember. Look how big those slides are. And look how she's holding like all closed off and real like Wait, what did the person say in the comment earlier? They described it good. Now I forget again. Just very like defeated, very defeated. But that's over. So, okay, so remember, because I made a comment on it, Gary Sr. had an orange shirt on, right? Look what he has. And this is why I think the jail gave him, because look, so it must not be, because he'd be a senior too. Okay, so that's Gary Sr., different shirt. He has a different shirt. His was more like, remember, his was like a V-neck that he came on all stretched out, and it was more light, it was lighter than this. So that must be the color they give the guys. It looks similar to Gary Sr. And then they're probably all like, here's hers, okay? But then I guess I don't know why she has a maroon shirt, because Gary Sr. didn't have a maroon shirt, so it must not be like when you're older. Hold on. Let me look real quick. Yeah. So they all do have different shirts. Yeah, because look, his is all stretched out and it's lighter. So all of them are different than what they came in on. But like I said, I think like his is the same color as kind of hers, not really, but his is the same color as um her senior, Gary Senior. So yeah, it's just probably the colors they gave him, I guess. Okay, so let me go over something else real quick. So if you go, exit out of that. Okay. So if you go to Christina Siders has two profiles, Facebook profiles. The grandma, the mom, or the grandma, I'll call it. I'll do it in reference to the kids, okay? So the grandma has two profiles, right? Facebook. So if you look, here's one of them, right? And oh, here, let me. So you see that she's friends with Zoey Siders, which is the second to oldest kid. Chloe is the oldest, Zoey's the second to oldest, right? So you see that she's friends with her, right? So that's how I know this one is the real kid, you know? So there's a couple pictures. It doesn't show much. It shows the cats, which we know they do have cats that are living there. But this is from, look at the date. 2020. Here, let me make this bigger. Hold on. 2025, September 29th, 2025. So it was last year, not that long ago. She posted this, okay? None of them have comments but one, and I'll show you here. Then she posted this, September 20th, 2025. All these little, what do you call it? Is this anime? I don't know what this is. Little characters. September 9th, August 16th. All these are updating her profile. July 8th. I guess we could see, look, Chloe. Love Chloe, which we'll get into that in a minute. Let's just go over these, and then we'll look at the comments and check out that. May 19th, 2025, because she doesn't have it much. April 1st, 2025, March 6th, 2025, February 14th. This is disturbing right here. January 9th, 2025. That would be cute to cuddle with. Excuse me? But look who commented. This is the guy that contacted Elizabeth Sider's brother Joey and said, they're not telling the truth. Chloe could read and write. I'm her ex. This is him right here. That's her. That's supposedly Chloe's, the oldest daughter's ex. They shared those text messages proving that Chloe can write and talk. Okay. So, and this is proven that he does know her. This was a year ago. Before this all happened, he's saying, he gives a skeleton with this, and she says, "You're Luffy." When you click on it, it goes to his account. And he says, Zoey Lynn Siders, you know, her, I guess her middle name is Lynn, which is Christina's middle name, or his grandmother. They call Christina Lynn, the grandmother. And then Debojit Dawes is this ex-boyfriend's name of Chloe, not Zoey. But he's like commenting, I guess, on Chloe's sister. He says, "For real, I used to roast people during lockdown time." She says, you're Luffy for real. Okay. And then if you go to his account, which this goes, they both go to his account. Oh, shoot. Hold on. We'll go to it in a minute. Let's just finish going to Zoe's real quick, though, because she only has a couple more. And then we'll go to his. Okay. January 6th is just a picture of a half moon. And this was very interesting. She says, hold on a second. Look at Zeekster. That's what you get for wanting to take Cho away. They call her Cho. You'll see like some of her accounts is Cho. Like for Chloe, I guess they call her Cho for short. And you'll even see when the text messages. I went over the text messages on my first live on this case. We could go over them again, that are supposedly from Chloe and her ex, but they call her Cho. So it says, "That's what you get for wanting to take Cho away from me. That's the nicest I'm going to be to you, little dude. You're Luffy." Talking to the ex. So probably at the time was her boyfriend, maybe. I don't know when they broke up, but this is January 5th, 2025. So is this a joke, or, you know, I don't know. But it's like, oh, that's what you get for wanting to take Chloe away. And it says, like, have a cupcake. So it says, "I like you, have a cupcake. I hope you fall off that swing and snap your neck. Never recover. Live life as a vegetable." That's what she's saying about, this is what you get for taking Cho away from me. So maybe it's like he was taking her attention away. I want to see what, hold on. I'm trying to pause it. Pause it. Why can't you pause this crap? Hold on, there we go. Mental peace. I'm trying to see what the Starboy, current priority, mental peace. Herman. God first, his girl, dead inside. I'm trying to read all this. Maker loves. Currently priority. I don't know. Huh. Anyway, so he responds. He says, "Bruh." The ex goes, "Bruh, you forgot to tag me," with laughing faces. And she says, "You're Luffy, Okie." And he says, "Zoey Lynn Siders," and laughs. So, I mean, I don't know. Is it being serious, or it sounds like they're probably joking around, but what? It's kind of, hope you snap your neck and be a vegetable. What the heck? All right, we'll click on his in a minute, but I just want to finish going through this. Okay. We have this January 1st, January 1st, January 1st. He a little bit dumb. December 13th, 2024. Yeah, right. If you're not anime character, you're ugly. I'm better than AI. I don't know. And the X again says, "LOL, so you roast me here? You're Luffy." To be honest, I forgot about the post. But if this is basically showing you that the two oldest girls can write. Obviously, they're communicating, right? And this is just last year. Up, the ones were just from 2025. Now we're in 2024. I found this on Instagram. Santa, them badass little kids gonna learn this year. Okay. Brooke Jean, Ciders. Okay, I want to find that one. We're going to go to his, but I also want to find something real quick. Hold on. So, Chloe Ciders hearts this. So obviously this is the other sister. I mean, she's on her sister's page hearting it, right? See, Cho. So this is the 18-year-old. Okay, so she posts this picture of a cat on November 24th, 2025, November 17th, 2025, November 3rd, 2025. It's got a picture of, is that, I don't know. October 7th, 2025, September 30th, 2025, September 17th, 14th. This is kind of interesting. It's a blurry picture. I was trying to like make out like, is it the background of that house? Because this is 2025. They would have been living there. It's like I was trying to, it's so blurry though. And it says 3:31 a.m., 9 to 12th, 2025. It has a date. September 12th, 2025. 3:31 a.m. Very blurry. This is a real picture. You can see a little bit of hair. This looks like a shirt. It's a box of something. I can't make, what does that say, guys? I don't know. I can't, is that a juice box or what is that? It doesn't look like a, is this like, I don't know. Can't make it out, whatever it is, but you can see some hair right here. And it looks like a shirt. Here's a picture. It looks like this person's laying on their side. It's got a little cat. You can see a window. Is this a little stuffed animal? I think. I don't think that's a real animal, is it? I think it's just a stuffed animal. You can see a ribbon or keychain. I don't know, but you can see an arm. And another picture of a cat. Got a cross necklace. So it's somebody holding it. Looks like her arm's going around right here. The cat you can see some hair. Now I'm guessing these are of Chloe because she's the one posting it. And Zoey comments and says, "My baby," probably talking about the cat. This is January 13th, 2025. Now remember, these are friends of Christina Ciders, which is their Christina Ciders because she has pictures of her and her husband up, Gary Sr. So it is the Christina Ciders. So this has got to be them. There's a picture of the sky. So it doesn't really show much, but what it does show is they do know how to communicate. And that X, hold on, I better go see if my mom's okay. Hold on a second. Mom? You okay? Oh, that was loud. Okay. Sorry, I had to see if she was okay because that was loud. I always just take the thing of Zeke because I got my pajamas and I don't want to walk. I just always wear my pajamas. Not always, but anyway. Um, what was I even saying? Yeah, that they can't talk. Oh, and that X, that budget or whatever, was actually communicating with him. So he probably is legit. Those are probably text. It just confirms that he is being legit about it, right? Has anybody not seen those texts? Like I said, I had shared it my first live, maybe. But is there anybody here that doesn't know about the text, that have not seen the text between him and Chloe? Put a 1 if you haven't. No. It's always 1 is yes, 2 is no. So put a 1 if you already have seen them, and 2 if you haven't seen those, because I could go over those again too. I only went over them on my first live. But so there's that, okay? All right. All right, hold on. Let me back up here. Okay, so let's go back. This one just disturbs me right here. That one. And it's like, that would be cute to cuddle with. Oh, let me click on his. Okay. He has them up, but I'll go over my screenshots. He has them up here, the text. But because he takes his phone and screen records it and scrolls up and down real fast. So what I did is I like screenshot it and try to put him in order because he's going back up and down so we could have them all. So, but I'll show you that he posted them on here. He sent them to Joey first to be like, hey, look, she can talk. He had a one voice where she says hi, which I had played. I'll play again. And then he says he has more, but he has to get them off the cloud. So here it is. So he's saying, look at Zeke's butt. What are you doing, silly? Are you mooning us? Zeke's mooning us. That's his little butt with his little tail. He's doing it where he's rubbing his face to itch. Is he not the cutest? You got the cutest little butt. Anyway, you got the cutest butt. He's so cute. Am I embarrassing you, Bubba's? Okay. Oh, I love him so much. Okay. What? Tracy, are you okay? Whoa. Oh my God. I hope you get better. Oh. Bubba, you got the other way. Wow. We'll be praying for you. Oh, that breaks my heart. Man. Dang it. Man, that's crazy. Wow. Um, okay, so let's read this. And a lot of people were getting on him because they're like, you're not even in the same country, but it was probably like a virtual relationship, you know. Yeah, that's true, but they're saying she can't even talk. So it's like they're acting like they're feral. Well, they can communicate. So yeah, they could be just saying it and it could be typing it. I get that. But they are communicating, you know. So, and he has like voice recorded where she's talking. So that's, I know it could have got so bad. Well, no, that was 2025 though. I was gonna say it could have got so bad that they just got real bad, but I don't know. I'm not saying it wasn't bad. It probably was, but I'm saying they people may have been exaggerating, like the investigators or attorney general or whoever is making those statements may be exaggerating, which is kind of bad because that could hurt the case. You know, we want justice and we want it to be a good case, you know. All right, so he says, I'm tired of this Ohio case. Please stop bombing on my DM. It says I make everything private so no one can message you. People are like, you're the one that put the messages out there. What did you expect? Okay. He says, it's my Instagram page. I'm not active on Facebook. If you have something to share with me, then share it on my Instagram account. You okay, Bubba? You got a hairball? Support the truth. My ex-girlfriend has faced difficult circumstances. He's talking about Chloe. Okay. Here, let me do it like this right here. And the false claims being spread about her are untrue. She can speak, she can walk. I want to make it clear with evidence that she is Bubba. Why you do that with your butt? I don't like that. Oh, he's embarrassed now. I love you. You're cute. Did your butt itch? Did your butt itch? Anyway, she can speak, she can walk. I want to make it clear with evidence that she is strong and we all need to support her. Please don't spread rumor. I got more voice notes on my iCloud storage. Give me some time to recover all the screen records. So actually, hold on, let me share my audio because I had not shared it. Hold on. And then you could, I'll play the voice recording here where she just says something like hi. He says he has more, which we haven't seen yet. Okay, hold on. Let me reshare this. Stop screen share, 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 share. Okay. So here's where she says, is this the one where she says hello? No, right here. Okay. Right here.
Hello.
That's her supposedly from his.
Hello.
So.
Hello.
So he says, so these messages between them, it says, trying to get, yes, forever, love. What you doing? He asks, what are you doing? She says, bathroom. He says, wait, can you send me a voice note? She says, yes. He says, send it. That's when she says, hello. She says, ignore, my voice is high. Ignore it, my voice is high. She says, send me one. And he does a skeleton face and she says, it's fair. And he says, wait. And she says, okay, so that's those. Now the second one, I'll show you what I'm talking about, how he shares it. So he just goes up and down, which I screenshot and watch. So it's hard. So I had to hurry up and go frame by frame to try to get them all. But that's what he shared. Okay. So let me show you where I put them in order. But let's see what this says. Kaya, Haya. Oh, that's translation. What is this? Mother seller? What? It just won't let me translate this one, huh? Or wait, yeah. Why isn't it translating that? That was Hindu. Anyway, okay. So let me bring up the rest of them and we'll go over those real quick. That was on the first one, right? I think it was my first one I did. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting all itchy now, guys. Why do I feel itchy? Shoot. I'm trying to bring my YouTube current so I can see what's going on. Okay. I'm itchy. Okay, so let's do. All right, here we go. So I just kind of try to screenshot them in the order. So it's Chloe Siders, January 2025. So it was that issue. So I take it back and getting so bad because that would only have been a year later. Could it got so bad then they couldn't talk? I don't know. I mean, I guess, but he says, Chewy, is that you? What happened to your previous account? This is Chloe saying, I don't know, someone got into it and I took it off. He puts a skeleton and she puts a skeleton back, it looks like. She says, worst part, I lost my password. And he says, damn. And she says, I know, right? And he does crying faces. And she says, people are so weird with the crying face. And he says, for real, but who got your account? She says, I don't know. Ask my dad. And he doesn't. Oh, I don't know. I asked my dad and he doesn't know either. And he does this, like the crying, I don't even know, blush face, almost just like, I guess it's just a crying face. It's weird because these look a little bit different than, you know how emojis look different depending on what thing you're using. Anyway, she says nothing, or he says, what are you doing? She says nothing right now, trying to fix my account. And he says, oh, and she says yes, and he says, I hope you get it soon. A lot of these overlap, that's why I gotta. And she says, thank you. And he does the heart hands. And she says, what are you doing? He says, nothing much. She says, okay, with the heart hands. And then he says, walking right now, and sends her a video, 1 second video. She says, oh, nice. And he does the heart hands with the bow. And she says, I love you, heart hands. And he says, I love you too. She says, I love you more. And he says, forever. And then she does heart hands with hearts. He does a bow with heart hand, or yeah, with heart hands. And she does you see a bunch of hearts. Okay. And just a bunch of emojis. He sends back, she sends back, hearts. Then she says, be careful on your walk, babe. And he says, I'm at home right now. And he sends her a video, and he says, this area is just 2 minutes away. She says, oh, okay, with the heart hands. And he sends more heart things back. Just a bunch more emojis, as you see, and more emojis. Then it says a messenger user missed your call. So she must have tried to call him. Oh, maybe he accidentally called her, because he says sorry by mistake. January 2025, I think it's January 20th, right? 2025 at 5:42 p.m. She says, what are you doing? And he says, I'm on my bed. She says, ooh. He says, getting bored. I'm itchy, guys. Why did I get so itchy? And she says, same. And he says, what are you doing? She says, just got back in my room, LOL, sitting. He says, oh, and texting you. She said, sorry. He says, oh, she says, and texting you. He says, I changed my keyboard theme. She says, oh, for real? And then he shows the keyboard theme. That's a screenshot and shows it, what he changed it to. See, it's one of those little, whatever all those little characters are from. Oh shoot. He says, how is it? She says, oh, it's cute. He does heart hand. She does heart hand. She says, I love you. He says, I love you too. She says, I love you more. He sends this. She says, oh, he. He sends heart hands with the tongue out. She does the kiss face, hearts at rose. He says, I think I should keep my phone on side. She says, oh, for real? He says, let me show you sometime. She says, okay. He says, he shows this 333.78 gigabytes, 16.79 gigabytes. He says, for real, I don't use internet like this before. She says, for real? He says, I had limited data on previous SIM card. She says, do you like this one better? He says, yes. She says, it's amazing. And he hearts that. And he sends this hugging. And then he says, something is wrong with this. She says, a little, he, because it does. What's he doing? Like, I don't know what that's supposed to be. And he does this, and she sends this back. And he sent this kissy face. And that's all the text, okay? So that's what he sent. And then with her saying hi or hello or whatever. So and he says the rest he's trying to get off of iCloud or whatever. So there's that, okay? All right, so let me go over. Here's Bub Siders. A lot of his social media is Gary Siders Jr. They call him Bub, which we actually even seen in the court documents. They said, they call him Bub. This is one of his accounts, Facebook. Bub Siders, July 8th, 2023, post this. You can see his picture. That's where I got this picture from. That's him with his little mohawk. I use this for the thumbnail. Look how dirty his fingernails are. And he bites them, so I mean, it gets the dirt gets in here. You can see. We got what, praying hands. This is in 2023. 2023. Phone out of order. Please try it later. One day they'll realize they lost a diamond while playing with worthless stones. That's actually pretty though. That, can you imagine seeing that in real life? I know that's not real, but like, can you imagine actually seeing something that's real and you look out and it's like a Care Bears that are evil? Somebody says, okay, that's weird. I know like that, LOL. And Bub, Gary Jr. says, you don't like it, LOL? And she says, no, that's just, these are still in 2023. I guess I think we're just circling again. Okay. About, there's really nothing here. He doesn't have his friends. Check-ins, no. Okay. So we have that. And then I forgot to see if there was any check-ins. Hold on a second. Let me see something. No, there's none. Okay. So I'm going to exit out of that. So now let me go with, let me take this like that for a while. I'm looking. Okay. So let me go with some of these other screenshots. All right. So, oh, my legs are hurting. What was this one? Oh, yes. Okay. Well, I'll go over that when I play the video. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself. So this, and I don't know if this is legit. This was on Reddit, okay? So I don't know if this is really the right Gary, but this person posted this on Reddit, okay? Let me share my screen real quick again. Okay. And it says, Gary unmatched me before giving me a good laugh. Okay. So she says, this is supposedly Gary Siders. Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure that's the first one. Hold on a second. Well, okay. So he says, forget all this. What are you doing? And they say, forget all what? He says, you're a mile away. I know you probably have a velociraptor dildo under your bed, but I'm open to spreading your legs and feasting for my early Thanksgiving tonight. Oh, see, I knew that's why I was going to go. I did this out of order. Okay. So somebody, this person asks Gary, is Gary your stripper name? And he says, no, that's my 65-year-old name given to me by two heathens I'm supposed to call parents. And she says, at least when you're 65, it'll just be a regular name. He says, F off. You know how long I'm going to have to wait? Forget all this. What are you doing? And then I think this, yeah. So he says, what are you doing? And she says, forget all what? And he says, you're a mile away. I know you probably have a velociraptor dildo under your bed, but I'm open to spreading your legs and feasting for my early Thanksgiving tonight. So I don't know. She said, you know, her original post said, Gary unmatched me before giving me a good laugh. I don't know. Maybe it's not the same Gary. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. I swear it said Gary Siders somewhere, but let me go back. That might not even be the. Now that I think about that, I gotta make sure that. Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny anyway. All right. Email me. Yeah, email me if you have something. Oh, I have that. I have those. So here's the thing. That's one of the things I'm going to share. I have those pictures. I know what you're talking about. But I blurred out. I like covered up the two kids' face. I don't know. I just thought it was right because like imagine being connected to that case and you're innocent and this case is horrible. It's going around, and then like you're with your friends and it's like they didn't even know that you were related to that case and you don't have anything to do with it, like the kids. So I just kind of scratched out their name or their faces. But yes, I have those pictures I'm going to share. Um, that's what I'm going through my screenshots to share. I don't think that was Gary Sutter's. Now that I think about it, I don't think I double checked that I just shared. So that was kind of a waste of time. Um, I think what happened is I put in Gary Siders and that came up, but I don't think anywhere on it it said it, but I'll have to double check. All right. So next, let's do. I'm just going to kind of go through these, no particular order. Okay. Well, here, you want me to share this real quick? Because I know since you already brought this up, let me share this and then we'll read it. So here's the picture you're probably talking about. There's Lynn, Christina Siders, okay? And so she's with probably three grandsons. Because remember, she has four. I was right. Remember originally I said, I swear he has four sisters, but then there was that other picture when they were younger and the baby. So I was like, they're only showing three young sisters. And then I thought the baby must be Gary because they said Gary's the baby, like this youngest. But maybe Gary wasn't even born yet. I don't know because I saw another post where I get there is four sisters. So you imagine she probably has a lot of grandkids. So this was posted November 7th, 2018. Kimberly says, Where ya? Where ya, Aunt Lenny? The boys are all outgrown ya. Love ya, Aunt Lenny. Because they call her Lynn, remember? Oh my God, I'm not even sharing it. Hold on. That's the only thing about these custom layouts. They don't automatically put them when you put them up. Hold on. I'm sorry. Gosh, that's annoying. It's annoying why it doesn't do that. Anyway, here's a picture of them all. November 7th, 2018, Christina Siders posted this on her Facebook. Says, and then Kimberly responds, Where y'all at? Aunt Aunt Lenny. The boys are all out. Growing to love you, Aunt Lenny. Um, okay. So it looks perfectly, normal here. Like the kids probably love her. The house looks clean, nothing out of the ordinary. It does look like, is that vinegar? That's vinegar. But, like not probably a normal house, right? Yeah, I scratched out the faces that have, if they're adults, I usually don't. This was an adult. I think this was one of her daughters. I don't know. I just kind of scratched that one out. But May 25th, 2018, she posted this. I think it's her and her daughter. But since I wasn't sure, I redacted it. Okay. Now here's another picture. This is actually one of the same boys that was in this. This person is this guy. Okay. Now, this one isn't any of the ones in the kitchen. It doesn't look like he's a little bit younger, whoever that is. But this was posted May 2018. This is Linda. You could tell that's Linda, her one daughter. So I don't know if this is Linda's kids. I don't know, but you see Gary Sr., and it looks like he's kind of doing this on his grandson. I think it's his grandson. I don't know, kind of like playing around. And you got Lynn, and look, you got three phones here. So, they got a baseball mitt. Looks like a normal family. It seems like Linda loves her parents. I mean, she love my mom and dad. Like it looks. So I mean, I feel like their kid, like growing up, their kids, Gary Sr. and Lynn. I don't think it was like how it is with Elizabeth and Gary Jr. You know what I'm saying? If it was probably pretty normal, and it sounds like from people talking about it too. Okay, so we have that. Yeah, this was posted 2012, January 28th. Everett says, they wonderful. Pretty normal. Oh, I just screenshot it. Hold on. And then this was posted. I think this is Lynn, Christina Lynn, with one of her daughters. Somebody posted it. I love mom. So I'm pretty sure this is Christina Lynn Siders when she was younger with the daughter. Okay. And you have this with this was posted November 7th, 2018. Got a pack of Marlboros. Look like a happy little couple. I mean, not little couple, but they just look like a, I don't just a normal kind of rural, well, I don't know, just probably a typical, nothing like it is now. Okay, so you have Carolyn White saying, awesome picture, we love you both. Love you both. Great picture. Love you both. I love this picture. Love my mama. That's Linda. Love my mama. Such a great couple. Very nice picture. Miss you guys. Perfect picture of love. The way it, and it's cut off. I have to go see what that says. But yes, that awesome picture. I love you both and miss you all very, such a wonderful couple. And then I'll just go down the line. So somebody said, they posted this on Twitter, says, goes by the name Bub Siders on social media, and he's obsessed with young girls. So you could see him, look, all these different TikToks, right? These young girls, TikToks, he's commenting. Bub sides, Bub sides. So that's where he goes by on some of them without even the R, probably to hide himself a little bit. Wait, there should be, yeah, look, another one. Like, why all these emojis? Ew, creepy. And then Bub Siders update profile picture, June 27th, 2023, which we saw that. And then Linda Siders post this, and come to find out, this was posted this year, 2026. Now, that doesn't mean the picture was from this year, because I mean, you could take a picture and then post it a year later. So it doesn't necessarily mean, but if you guys were here for my last live, we showed how this looks like that Omer house. It looks like the same house, okay? They have the same green chairs. So this could have just been from this past year. April 24th is when Linda posted it, and it says, my beautiful mama and daddy. She's got to say, somebody makes a comment how she has a cigarette with a gas container, which there's probably no gas in it, I'm guessing. It looks like a bottle of, I don't know, I was gonna say Gatorade, but then no, Mountain Dew, I don't know. And then you have a bag, looks like they just went to the store somewhere. Maybe Linda bought him some groceries. But like I said, I think this is the Omer house because they have the same green chair sitting out there. And then you'll see, yeah, this says, one of Gary Lynn's Christina's daughters has this photo from April 2026 taken at the House of Horrors. Who took the photo? So this brings up a good point. Who took the photo? Well, Linda could have took this one, but there's another photo where Linda's sitting with him. It says, interestingly, this is the same woman who was sharing information about Elizabeth and all her kids with Elizabeth's mother. I marked out her name because I want to respect the privacy of who's there. So I didn't know that. Where does that come from that she's saying Linda, their daughter, Lynn's daughter, is the one that was giving the information to Elizabeth's mom, about Elizabeth's kids? Because remember, Elizabeth didn't talk to her family anymore. So they're saying that Linda's the one that was given the information. So people want to know, like, if Linda's given the information about the kids to Elizabeth's mom, was Linda aware of this? Like how bad it was? So this is from the same day, obviously, right? Same clothes. So now she's with her mom for this picture, my beautiful mama and daddy. So she posts these two pictures on April 24, 2026. Now, who could be taking the picture? It also could be one of her kids, Linda. She could have visited them with one of her kids or a couple of her kids or Could be Gary taking it. It could be Elizabeth taking it. Who knows? So somebody says, Katie says, this is Linda, one of Gary Sr. and Lynn's daughters. According to Elizabeth's family, Linda was the one who would notify Elizabeth's mother, Lori Russell, whenever Elizabeth had another baby. These photos were posted by Linda in April 2026. They show Lynn and Gary Jr. or Sr. sitting on the porch of the property where the children were later found. So who took the photo? If Linda was there, did she ever see the children? She clearly knew they existed if she was notifying Elizabeth's mother about new babies. If she never saw the children, where did she believe they were? If she did see them, why wasn't anyone notified? Some good questions. Good questions. Don't you think? Okay, Connie Johnson. This is one of the relatives. Stacy Eddie, you need to stop. Gary Sr. is not in his right mind, okay? Now, I understand what people are saying about you, and I believe every word. You say you know Jesus, huh? Well, you are a hypocrite. Jesus wouldn't want anyone to kill others like you. You go around accusing our schools of a lot of stuff, and now you are attacking people you don't know. Maybe you need to be in front of a firing squad for putting your filthy nose into something you don't know. You are not a doctor and you are not Jesus. You keep the shit up, you are gonna get sued for slander. If you say you know Jesus, then read your Bible again, because the Bible states for us not to judge, because judgment isn't important, because only he is perfect. So this is, I should have read this one first so it made sense. So same person, Connie, says, listen up, people. Gary and Lynn are my uncle and aunt. I haven't seen them for about 6 years, but I can't believe they would do this in their right mind. I remember going to their house when I was a kid, and I felt the love there. The house was clean, and the kids were clean and fed. I don't know the boy like I do the girls, but I know my uncle and aunt. I noticed the bruises and rope burns on my uncle, and he doesn't even understand what's going on. And my aunt has dementia. I am praying these babies are getting the help they need, and my heart goes out to them. Sorry, I'm mute. I'm sorry. My eye is twitching, so I keep thinking I'm like dehydrated or something. So I'm trying to chug this. Okay, so this is one of Joey's posts kind of recently. So remember, Joey's is Elizabeth's brother. He says, I hate when my eye twitches, guys. Do you guys get that too? It's so annoying. Oh, okay. I've said what I've said to say I'm still going to do what I've been doing. What my sister did or didn't do does not reflect on my life and my everyday routines. Thank you to anyone who keeps asking. I'm not trying to start a career off my sister's suffering. That's just sick. She's going through too much. If I'm doing anything that's helping her, do you see anyone else helping in my family? No, you do not. It's me. She's got everything from me because I was the only one with the balls to stand up for her. Yes, it's been a while, but no matter what, I say you're going to twist and turn, then run with it all. I want to hear her. Run with it all. I want her to know is I'm in her corner and ain't no one stopping it. You can try, but you won't succeed. So before you talk shit, just know your facts before you do it. Sorry, there's no period. Look, there's no period at all. So it's like one long sentence. I'm trying to read it. I'm not even making fun of him because I do it too. Sometimes you're just typing, but sometimes it's hard to read. Um, you have to know is I'm in her corner. Ain't no one stopping it. You can try, but you won't succeed. So before you talk shit, just know your facts before you do it. Haven't made one dime off of her or anything. I know I don't have to prove myself, but that's what honest people do. And I figure that's why you people that's talking crap can't stand me, because I tell truth. Just know your comments are not bothering me at all. Block or ace game is strong. To the people helping to support my sister, thank you so very much. To The haters, well, go F yourselves. Have a great and wonderful night. Okay, we'll go over that a little bit. That's good reference to have, like, where they're born, what year, female, male, but we'll need that in a little bit. Yeah. Trying to see when was the boy. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, the first 2019. Okay. Okay, so Stacy Dean says, out of everything shown in the walkthrough video of the cider's house, this is the one detail I can't stop thinking about. In the middle of all the filth, trash, and decay, there appears to be a forget-me-not basket sitting on top of an overturned washing machine. And remember, I had pointed that out. The forget-me-not, that box that looks kind of new, it doesn't look really old, that old. But anyway, she says, the box looks remarkably clean. Beside the box is an empty suitcase. For those who may not know, Forget Me Not Baskets Incorporated is an Ohio nonprofit that provides grief support baskets to families after pregnancy, birth, or infant loss. Elizabeth and Gary Siders Jr. have been publicly identified as the parents of 18 children, including a set of conjoined twins who died in November 2022. I'm not saying this is the same basket or that it is connected to that loss. I simply noticed it while watching the walkthrough, and it immediately stood out because it appears so much cleaner than many of the surrounding items. Did anyone else notice it, or do you think there's another explanation? I saw it, I just didn't know what those were for, but she's saying it's for like grief, a nonprofit for grief. So that is kind of interesting. Okay. First of all, this is a different then, right? I don't think this is the same. Hold on, let me make sure it's not the same one. I think this is a different one. Yeah. Okay, so I want to read this. Okay. So this is that Connie again. Okay. So she says, first of all, I am the niece of Gary Sr. and Lynn Siders. Yes, I love my uncle and aunt. I was raised up knowing them as clean, respectful, and lovable people. I know the three oldest girls, Christy, Mandy, and Linda. I know of Jenny and Gary Jr., but I really don't know them two. So that's why I was saying that there is four then, because there's a picture of the four girls. And I was like, okay, so you got the three oldest are Christy, Mandy, and Linda, and then Jenny and Gary are the two youngest, right? It sounds like. So she's saying she knows the three oldest really good, but she just knows of Jenny and Gary. But I really don't know them two. I can remember going to their house. It would be clean, and I can remember smelling lavender. Yes, there were toys on the floor, but it wasn't dirty. My aunt and uncle would not harm a child in their right state of mind. I haven't seen them for over 6 years, and I feel really bad because maybe I could have reached out and maybe tried to help them. Those babies didn't deserve none of this, but my heart is telling me that my aunt and uncle's health was deteriorating from cancer, strokes, and dementia. Please remember, God is with us all, and He knows the truth. I believe in my heart that Gary Jr. was abusive to them. Please leave the family alone. Let the court do its job. Yeah, there hasn't been. You're right. Where is it at? Where's the? Yeah, there hasn't been Maila's mom. Um, so this is a part of an article. It says, for those living in the quiet village, the revelation of the conditions inside the home has been difficult to process. Josh Odell, who lives next door and can see into the home's backyard, said he had lived there for 5 years and never once saw a child. That's crazy because it's like, how do you have 16 kids and never once see one? But the houses are far apart though, you know? Um, we have a little girl ourselves. So immediately alarming that there's some very bad people that were just right there, Odell said. Like, did they give birth at the hospital to all these kids? Where are those records? Something that struck me is that these people were not from around here. Another neighbor, Joseph Stewart, also noted he had never seen children at the property, though he had seen the 4 suspects at a local Dollar General. Kind of shameless they did something like that, Stewart said. I have seen pictures in their mugshot. It was pretty rough. Both men expressed deep remorse, saying the realization of what was happening behind closed doors weighs heavily on them. I really hope they all get better, but I mean, it's obviously a weight on my conscience that I wish I could have done something, Odell said. Okay, so then, what is this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is that. We're doing that. Okay, so then, so here's a picture of Elizabeth's 2 brothers, Joey and Jeremy. Joey's the one that's been doing the live streams. Jeremy made a couple posts that I had went over. The one that said about the kids, like that he's tried to warn people, and he's more supports his sister. He's like, Jeremy's like, you know, I don't know how you want to take it, but if you've seen the post, I've actually went over the post a couple lives. Um, so here are the ones. Says the court finds that Elizabeth Siders is unable to be served when they're trying to serve her with the truancy. Unable to be served, and the whereabouts of Elizabeth Siders are unknown to the court. Therefore, it is hereby the order of the court that the above matter be terminated until the availability of Elizabeth Siders. I actually should have did these first. I should go this way. Okay. So it says for Gary, the undersigned duly appointed by the Board of Education of the Gallia County Local School District as their attendance officer for Adaville Elementary makes complaint that Gary Siders and the parent, or Gary Siders, the parent or guardian of blank, date of birth blank, a child of compulsory school age residing in said school district and in charge of said child, has failed to cause said child to attend some school or class as required by law. The child has been absent from school without legitimate excuse for the entire 2021-2022 academic year to present, an amount of in excess of 72 hours for the school year, and as such is thereby habitually truant. So this is dated October 19th. So yeah, they have not the whole year yet. So it would be the school probably was started. Sometimes they start end of August, beginning of September. So it's over a month, maybe 2 months going on of no, they weren't there. So in excess of where it would be truant. Prior to the filing of this complaint, the undersigned notified said parent or guardians that the said child is not attending school or class in violation of law and required him to cause the said child to attend school or class forthwith, and the undersigned warned said parent in writing the final consequences of truancy's persisted in or failure to attend such school. So then here's another one for Elizabeth. So it goes over all of the kids basically, same stuff. 2021, 22. And then, like I said, then they just give up. So Gary and then they just say, oh, the court finds Elizabeth Siders unable to be served and whereabouts of Elizabeth are unknown. Thereby, the order of the court above matter terminated until the availability of Elizabeth Siders. So, yep. Oh, we can't find her. So I guess we can't do anything, basically, right? Oh, so here's the birth certificates of the 2 twins. And then the death certificates. Oh no, this is the birth. And then it says deceased. But it shows Elizabeth and Gary. And then this would be the death certificate, right? Yeah. All right. All right, I have a couple of videos, just like news reports, and then um I want to go over something. The one of it's a video of the inside of the house of one that I haven't played yet. I know we've already seen some, but there's one that I haven't played yet that we could go over if you want. Well, let me play a couple of these news reports here. Which one is this? Oh, no sound. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna play sound. There should be sound.
Investigators have been tight-lipped about what led them here in the first place, but we got court records that show there was a warrant filed for the arrest of Gary Siders Jr. on public indecency charges. It's dated the same day that the children were found behind these walls.
Nobody knew. Well, where it's so close in, I understand. But it's heartbreaking.
Out for a walk with her dog, Janet Wilberg couldn't help but walk past the Siders family home.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking. Them poor kids. It's awful.
She and other neighbors still grappling with how 16 children could have been living inside the home in conditions that the Attorney General has called pure evil.
But you don't know, you can't do anything.
So what put the Siders family on the radar of law enforcement? Records from the Vinton County Court show on June 29th, a request was filed for a warrant for Gary Siders Jr. The warrant was served the next day, June 30th. It lists 4 public indecency charges for incidents at the Omer Street home on May 23rd, May 27th, May 29th, and May 31st. It's unclear if this is what led investigators to the House of Horror. So far, they've only revealed a parallel investigation was underway at the time of the discovery. But regardless of how it happened, neighbors are just glad the children are now free.
They come on an unrelated charge, unrelated incident, and then they stumbled upon the kids. I'm just glad they found them, because they said in 24 hours they could have been dead.
We stopped by the Vinton County Sheriff's Office today to try to get a copy of those incident reports from the incidents with Gary Siders Jr. back in May. We're still waiting on those. In the meantime, the 4 Siders family members are all still in jail on a $300,000 bond.
A parallel investigation that's unrelated, okay? And then we see that Vinton County released that domestic abuse and child neglect, okay? Then we have those truancy, or not truancy, the indecent public indecency, but it almost sounds like there's a couple things going on. They had those, but that wouldn't be an investigation necessarily. It's just, did people report it? Was it Jeremy? Because Jeremy, Elizabeth's brother, said he had told people and they never did anything. Could there have been some complaints that somebody did? And that's why whoever complained, if it was like neighbors or somebody else, maybe they're not like speaking to anybody because they don't want them to know it was them. Maybe, I don't know what's going on. It sucks there's a gag order because we might not know. I'm sorry, this is my wallpaper. It's random. It changes all the time. That looks like a beach. It keeps popping up. It's not related. All right, so let me play this one.
They would just look like the everyday normal person. People that kept to themselves, they weren't real loud. They were quiet. They smelled like cat pee, but other than that, you would never expect them to have the secret that they had. She was a skinnier lady. You would never be able to tell she had that many kids. If they would have asked for help, this community is awesome. They would have got the help they needed.
Yeah, they could have. And I think they did get help with food. They didn't just get enough help. But I mean, all those boxes, I think they were getting help for food, like food banks and charity type. Who knows? But it does look like they obviously, with just none of them were working, except, like I said, the 2 maybe had state benefits. That would have been enough for rent and food for that many people. And maybe Gary was doing DoorDash too for extra money, but
Forensic experts say the family history of the Ohio House of Horrors suspects was full of red flags for possible sexual crimes. Court records show 36-year-old Gary Siders Jr. had a warrant related to indecent exposure dating back to May. The forensic investigators I spoke to say indecent exposure is a red flag for sexual abuse, adding it could lead to, quote, a potential escalation in predatory sex behavior. They add sexual abuse is often a tool used to maintain power in a relationship, which is why one expert says that Siders Jr.'s wife, 33-year-old Elizabeth Siders, is likely a victim, given the age in which she was married, 15 years old, as well as the multiple reports saying she could have birthed as many as 20 children. Siders' attorney has not responded to our request for comment. In court this week, a judge imposed a gag order in the case of Siders Jr., meaning it could be difficult to learn more about what went on inside that house.
Let me find that. Where I have it here. Here. So that was June 5th, 2014. She posted on Gary Lee Siders Jr. This is Elizabeth. I don't want anyone putting pictures of me on Facebook. Everyone, if you have any pictures of me on here, please take them off of here. But that would be only 6 years after they got married. You know? Yeah, I already went over the one where he has a Facebook page with Gary Lee Siders Jr. He has a picture of that gun. He has this where she posted on her Gary's account. And then he has this under her. This right here. March 2013, a picture of his truck. A truck, probably his truck at the time, I guess. Okay, so now for some reason I wanted to play a part of this. I forget which part.
You don't go to
of the law and crime fix. I'm not going to watch it all, but and then I also have the court. Oh, I like playing the parts where the neighbors or people talk.
Met several there over the weekend. They don't understand how something like this could happen.
Just curious about this whole situation, because how can a whole family live like that and no one know it? I wanted to see like how close were neighbors. Usually in small towns, neighbors are friendly with each other, you know, so how would you not know what's going on?
You live a couple counties away, right?
Yes, in Lawrence County.
So you live in Lawrence County. You came out here to see what was going on. You know, this is out in the southeastern part of the state. Is it common for people to live like this with 16 children, filth, that you are aware of?
I mean, there are definitely places in each county, I'm sure, that have large families that have trouble taking care of everybody, that CPS doesn't know about and doesn't step in. And I think every county probably has some of that going on. It's just usually neighbors help take care of you, though. You know, that's the best thing about living in a small town. Everybody knows everybody. So how would you not know that's going on?
As the investigation into the Siders continues and the prosecutor prepares the case for grand jury, the case is catching the eye of legislators in the state's capital.
On June 30th in Vinton County, we had an unprecedented situation where 16 children at one home at one time were added to the temporary custody of that county, more than doubling the number of children in needing care in that community. We are requesting $1 million in emergency resources to be made available specifically for the care of these children. I've been doing this in one capacity or another for 40 years. I've never seen anything like this. This is to have kids that would be off the radar. A child off the radar is troubling enough. 16 kids in one family in one household, you know, to be off the radar is something that I've just not seen.
Ohio's controlling board approved sending $1 million to the Department of Youth and Children in Southeast Ohio to help care for the Siders children. That amount could just be a drop in the bucket, though.
These kids are safe. They are being cared for. They are receiving treatments. And we expect there to be a lot more services that these children will need to address the traumas that they've received. And some of these things they'll probably be dealing with for life.
So to discuss all of these new revelations, I want to bring in Ron O'Brien. He is the former elected prosecutor of Franklin County, Ohio. That's the state's capital. Columbus is in Franklin County. Ron, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Oh, very glad to.
So, Ron, what is your reaction to the fact that we have these truancy complaints that have come to light out of Gallia County? We knew the family was originally from Gallia County. But back in 2021, October of 2021, the school district's going to court and saying these kids haven't been to school all year long, and then they can't track the parents down or the kids down.
Yes, and at least that would be the proper step to take when the school district or children's services learn that there are children not attending school at all. Usually the truancy cases we've had over the years are children that are excessively truant, and there's a statutory definition on different levels of absences, but it's somewhat rare to have children not at all going to school, and that's what happened here. And when they learned about it, apparently they filed a complaint in the Gallia County Court, but like any other court document, you have to get service, and they couldn't get service, is what I understand was the problem, number one. And number two, when they did try and find them, they were unable to find them either at different locations.
These kids in October of 2021, according to the court document, they hadn't been to school all year at all. So that's quite a long time. And in order to be truant, you would first have to be registered as a student in the school district, correct?
Yes, you'd have to register in the school district and be assigned to a specific school and then attend. And if they are at least excessively late, tardy, or truant, then there's a truancy officer that is to attempt to contact the parents. And apparently in trying to contact them, they weren't able to do so. And that's why they filed the complaint.
Okay, I want to skip through because, here's
the outside looking in, that there was not an effort, certainly not in Vinton County, to send these children to school, which is confounding to me because sending your kids to school, if you're low income, a lot of times the schools have services for the kids. A lot of times that's where kids get their meals. It's sad to say, but it's true.
No, that's exactly right. And at least I started actually a truancy program, even though you would think a district attorney would not focus on truancy, but I was finding that the people who were 15, 16, and 17, we were binding over for trial as an adult, that their first contact was a truancy charge. Whether it was a robbery, a burglary, or a homicide, their first contact with the court was truancy. And my thought process was, if we can get them into school and get them graduated, that will help both with employment. And I believed correctly that it would prevent them from starting down that road of crime. But you have to go through a registration process and have it approved by the school district and others that you're going to homeschool the children. And that wasn't done either. Now, mom had made claim that they were homeschooling him, but you can't just say under Ohio law, I'm homeschooling them. I didn't contact the school district and I didn't register the necessary requirements. So at least it was completely AWOL from the system, either through homeschooling or otherwise.
I want to go back to what you were saying about the importance of showing up in school and that link that you found between juveniles committing crimes and being truant. That's often the first step on their way to into the juvenile criminal justice system. I know that when I worked in local news in Cincinnati, a lot of the school districts formed teams, at least a few of them did that I was aware of, where they would go visit the child's home, just knock on the door if they weren't attending school or if they had a couple of days absences, and just say, hey, is there anything you need? Do you need some help? Is everything okay? And it was like a social worker, some member of the school district. And they did this because it is so important. And often the schools
Oh
are the
my God, I'm
first
sorry, I'm rolling.
ones to notice that something is going wrong with the children, whether it's neglect, abuse, or other issues.
No, that's a
So I'm gonna skip through this. I wasn't gonna play this much of it. I just wanted to, unless you guys want to watch it, I just want to play, hold on. Check this out. I just saw this. Somebody posted this in a group real quick. Where they I think it's kind of cool. They kind of laid out from the outside where everything was, which is very helpful actually. The bedroom, the bathroom. This is the bedroom I think they all slept in. That one with the little makeshift mattresses. The bathroom, bedroom 2, kitchen, living, dining room, bedroom 1. All right, so I want to do one more video, then I want to do the inside of the house because I want to point out, which I can't even believe when I was zoomed in the other day on that one video of the inside of the house, I missed there's a phone right there on the bed that I think was my opinion, I think it was the oldest kid, Chloe's bed, because I think all the kids slept in that room and she probably had the biggest mattress. I'm sure she was the oldest. She probably had the biggest one. I could be wrong. I don't know if unless if Elizabeth and Gary Jr. slept in that room with them, who knows? But there's a phone on there and it actually looks like it's plugged in, which we'll get to that in a minute. Let me just play this quick little short and then I'll pull up that. Have you guys put a 1 if you've seen that where the phone is right there, and put a 2 if you haven't. I just think that's why they should have freaking got that phone is the thing. Like, why is that still at the house?
Were Gary Jr. and Elizabeth Siders being investigated after the loss of a child? Now, before I go any further, this comes from one of Elizabeth's brothers. This is what he alleges. It's not proven. He says that last year when Elizabeth went to visit her parents, she told them that her and Gary were being investigated after the loss of a child. Could that be the parallel investigation? We know that Gary was being looked at for indecent exposure. And in one of the press releases, the police say that there was allegations of domestic abuse and child neglect, but lawyers seem to think this wouldn't warrant going in the house. The day that the warrant was served to enter the house, they also put in a request to seal that warrant, and it was sealed by July 1st. So we really don't know what the parallel investigation is, and we may never. Although Columbus Dispatch is now suing for those records. Again, this is alleged by Elizabeth's brother, but I found it interesting.
I didn't see that because I only watched I watched the first live stream, which he gave basically all the information right there. So we got like their, growing up and stuff. I highlighted those, her brother, explaining it. And then I went through some of the other lives, but a lot of it's just like kind of them hanging out or repeating the same stuff. Cause there's only so much you tell your story. And then, as far as relevancy, so I didn't know, I guess, is that true? But here's the thing. I thought she didn't talk to her parents anymore. So if he's saying last year that she told her mom that she's saying last year, her brother said last year that when they were visiting, she told her mom they've been investigated for the loss of a kid. I'm a little bit confused. It doesn't seem to go with everything else that we've been hearing. Anyway, okay, so let me bring up my editor real quick. So I'm putting together a video of the inside of the house, like where I have all of them together, all the people that went in. And the reason why it's going to take me a minute, because I'm trying to go and zoom in and then point out certain things in the house, maybe if there's anything interesting. I just started it kind of. But I'm going to play here. I'll play this part. But also I want to play a new one, the Casey that you sent me that I hadn't seen a couple days ago, but I haven't done a live and played it. It's a new one where somebody goes into the house that I personally haven't played on my live stream yet. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 of them of people going into the house. It looks like. All right. So I'm going to play a part of this where it shows the phone real quick, okay? And then I could play the whole thing. But I'll just show you the phone part really quick, okay? Right here, look. And then I'll play the whole thing. What? Look. This is at the bed way in the back. Does that not look like a phone? It almost looks like it's plugged in with the white cord, but that I can't tell. Maybe it's not plugged in, and maybe that's just a marking on the bed. But actually, hold on. Let me do that again. There we go. Hold on a second. I was trying to figure out what this looks like. One of those little cases that have like a I used to see them. I remember when I was younger. It has like a little thing, and it goes. She could put like, it's like a box, and it's really like thick, kind of almost like cardboard. It's got like metal parts. You could put things in it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? This kind of looks like it with the little. It looks like they may have colored it, but that is a freaking phone, is it not? I kind of changed the to look, but that's like back right here. All right, so I'm going to play these all the way through. I have all the videos I've collected of people going into the house. I have them all together. Some have sound, some don't. And I'm just going to play it real quick. I'm going to do a pre-record of it all together and like point out things like I said. But real quick, before I play it, let me show you a few things that I try to do reverse image searches. A lot of the stuff's so blurry, it's not picking up. And you can kind of like say it could be this, but it might not. So before I play this all the way through, let me show you. Okay. So I tried to figure out what all these things were. This is in the room, which I personally think it's Gary Jr. and Elizabeth's room where they slept, because it has a probably like a queen size bed that's like up like this. Like I think the cops may have put it up because you see the bed frame, you see the box spring, and the mattress are all like standing up. Why wouldn't they have it down on the bed frame? You know what I'm saying? So I think that's probably where they slept, and freaking the cops were searching, and they pulled it up, searching, lifted it up to look under the bed because they were looking for kids too, or bodies. You know what I'm saying? So I could see them lifting up the bed to see all the way under the bed because they want to see everything. So they would have just stood it up. The more I think about it, the more I do think it was them. So because they're not going to try to lean under and look all that crap. They can't see, because what if there's like a body? They don't know. It's a horrible situation. So let's say they lean under the bed to look. They're not sure. There's probably so much crap under there. They need to lift up that bed and look through to see. Because think about it. If there was a murder and you're trying to cover the smell, probably you could probably smell it as bad. Like there could be. And they would try to, if let's say they're trying to hide a body, I mean, they could hide it in the mix of things. So I do think that the cops are the ones that lifted it up to look through, make sure there was nothing under there. Because I guarantee that was full of stuff underneath. So you can't just look under and be like, I can't see. Does that make sense? So I think this was, I'm guessing, since we think Gary Jr. was the one calling the shots, right? He would have had the best room. So this room was the best one as far as, if that bed was sitting regular, it would have a bed and it has a TV. And then all the kids were in that one. So my point is, I think, like I said, I think that was Chloe's phone. And then I think this is their bed. Okay, so you see these things. So I looked it up. So this one, which shows this could be Bactine Max. Now this might not be all the stuff. This stuff you could see some stuff on it. But this kind of matches the bottle, the Bactine Max pain relieving antiseptic spray. It's used to cleanse dirt and debris from minor cuts, scrapes, and burns. It contains lidocaine to help relieve pain. So what do you think? Here's a picture of the actual one of the bottles that this could be the back of it. What do you think? Okay, so we have that. That's, I think, I'm guessing it's Elizabeth and Gary Jr.'s room. No, wait, why did that do that? This. Wait, now that I see that, is that like beta? Because they picked up iodine, but I didn't realize like you could actually, I should see if the iodine betadine or something. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this, they're picking up that they thought that was iodine, but let me see if there's iodine called that first of all. Because now that yeah, betadine or something, can that be iodine? Hold on, let me see, iodine, betadine. Yeah, I think it is. Betadine providine iodine is an over-the-counter topical antiseptic used to kill germs and prevent infections in minor cuts, scrapes, and burns. These are all like for cuts, scrapes, and burns. That's crazy. Unlike pure iodine, which can irritate the stain, iodine releases iodine slowly, making it gentler and less likely to sting. Wow, that's kind of crazy that they're so dirty that all this stuff is to help combat that, if you think about it. Wow. Okay, and then you have hold on. Right here is Rexall sterile saline wound wash. Like if you have a wound, commonly found at stores like Dollar General. It's designed for first aid use to remove dirt and debris from cuts and scrapes. The product comes in a 7.4-ounce portable aerosol spray. Make sure to double check the physical label, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there you go. And you can actually see that that's what that says. Sterile saline wound wash. And then the candles, those are some candles. They were taking guesses at that, which the stuff they brought up, I don't think they're right on. So I don't know what this is. One they suggest could be right. It says like, how do they describe it? Hold on. For like vitamins and stuff, but I don't know. Okay, and then a few things that came out after my last live, clearer pictures that came out is some of these, which here, let me share. So you have, which we'll watch the video in a minute, but that looks like oil for a car, a drink. And then you have the stove. The buttons are off the stove for some reason. Very clear on that, but that's right here. You could see, I thought those were cucumbers, but now that we got a closer look, because on my last live I said cucumbers, it was farther away, but now I can see they're peppers. This looks like some ground meat. Oh my god, I would throw up. It makes me almost want to gag, because just think of all the bugs that are in there too. So this is what I wanted your opinion on here. Is that a condom? Or no? Doesn't that kind of look like one I used? Well, maybe not. It's rolled up a little bit. Is it? Maybe it's not, but I don't know why that was the first thing I thought of. Like, it's probably not. It's probably an onion. Oh, that's an onion, isn't it? Maybe, because I see these little, that might be an I don't know. I'm not trying to laugh. I'm laughing at myself because I thought it was a condom. I think it's an onion or something. No, this. Anyway, here, actually, I'll go through some of the pictures I took. So when we watch the videos, you'll have a clearer picture of what you guys see. They have a TV. Then they have a clothesline in a couple of the rooms with clothes hanging. Because where else are you gonna try to clean your clothes or put them, to be honest? This is like a close-up of those stairs, which I can't make out. Was there carpet on there? Was that carpet originally? And then there's stuff all in it? I don't even know. Baby doll. It's so sad that there's young babies in here, guys. Young babies. I'm so glad that they rescued these kids. And then they have clothes and a roll of toilet, well, part of a roll of toilet paper. That's in the sink of the bathroom. Here's the bathtub. Refrigerator. Here's, you can see this is a door, just trash. I'm getting itchy. This is the door to the outside because that whoever broke in there broke the crime scene tape. Lollipops. Look, isn't that, or maybe not? I don't know. Maybe it's not a lollipop. Why did I think this was a lollipop with a stick? But now that I think about it, then there's, maybe it's not. Here's another one of those bottles with the green salt. I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. There's that shoe. Wait a minute. Does that look like that's, because isn't there a basement? There's a basement that none of the people that break in go down, probably because you can't. Like, look at it, right? And the reason I think that is because, remember, we just got to look at that house, right? Okay, so you could see what we were looking at, which ever like kind of looks like a basement, but it's not, just probably because there's those 3 stairs that it kind of goes down a little bit into the kitchen, but it's actually right here. But I think there's a basement under here because there's a basement door right here, right? Tell me if I'm not correct, because maybe I'm wrong on this, but hold on. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. My point is that picture looked like that could have been the basement, looking into the basement downstairs, but it was all so much stuff. Because remember we saw that picture that said it was the basement? I can't confirm if it is or isn't because none of the people breaking in with their videos is shown going down there. So we can't confirm if that is really actually their basement, but hold on. Where is it? Is it this? Yeah, look. Is there a basement? Like, is this go under? Yeah. That'd be a basement. This door that's boarded up. The only issue though, hold on, let me see something really quick. Yeah, that would match because he's in the kitchen in that picture. So yeah, there could be a door that goes into the basement right here because look, let me bring up that picture again. Where is it? Hold on. It's right here. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not looking at it right. That's under the sink. I'm wrong. Hey, I'm allowed to have a moment, okay? But I do think there's a basement though somewhere that we haven't. My point is there is a basement, but that we haven't seen, that nobody's went down, probably because it's dangerous. Because supposedly there's we see on the listing, it says basement, unfinished or partly finished, it says. But we haven't seen anybody go in the basement. And I don't think this would be considered the basement here, this bedroom that we think the kids were staying out, that you see it kind of looks like, because there's like 3 stairs that go up into the kitchen. I don't think that'd be considered a basement. Okay? It's not that basement that we see right here, right? That wouldn't be. So I don't think that I know I keep repeating myself, but I'm trying to make sure people understand. I don't think we've seen it. I think maybe those pictures could be it, that somebody labeled as basement. Maybe it really is, but I haven't seen anybody physically watch the video of them go in and go down to the basement. This is under the sink though. I was wrong, right? Because you could see the pipe and then you could see the sink. So that's just under the sink. I was off on that. Oil. Okay. So I saw a video of somebody saying there's absolutely no oil in the house. I agree. They obviously didn't get oil every day, but there is one bottle of oil in the house that we could see right here. It's halfway full. So they actually have at least one bottle. So they do buy oil once in a great while or one, whatever. They bought oil because there is one bottle. But I think that person saying every day was exaggerating quite a bit. Yeah, no, I know, that's what I was saying. There is. It says partially finished under the records if you go look at the listing of that address. So there is a basement, but what I'm saying is there's pictures going around that says claims it's the basement, but we can't verify that because the reason we've been able to verify all this is because we could see the people actually go into the house and we could see it's the house. But with that picture, we just have the picture. And nobody has went from the video have we seen actually go into the house and go to the basement. So it's probably too dangerous. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we have, what is that? Does anybody know what that is? I haven't done all the searches for the stuff because I'm putting together a video. So to see how much I could identify, there might be some guesses in the video I put together that because sometimes it's so blurry, you just can't know for sure. They do have a coffee pot. It's plugged in. They had a coffee pot right there. Some dishes, I mean, pans, a wok or whatever is what we would call it. Got, you know, those little children things, bike, I don't know what you call it, walker thing, a broken fan. Okay, let's see if we could. I just wonder how much is actually really poop and actually how much is just dirt, or if most of it is poop. I know obviously there's some, but and then you got cat poop because there's no litter box and they have a bunch of cats, it looks like. So how, hey, these poor kids, that's all they know, like they said. Well, maybe not if they did live better and it was just the last few years, but like some of the kids, it's all they know because some of them are only a few years old and younger. So some of them, that's all that they know. It's just, oh, I am glad that they'll get to see that that's not normal. Like, you could have a better life. Let's just hope the foster place that they put them into is good people. Like, I hope they do their freaking research or their and just make sure they don't go to, I mean, every child, they should make sure they don't go to crappy foster people. But that's the thing, sometimes they could fool you. These foster people could, oh, they're the best, we love them, oh, look at this nice house, and then there's some CA going on, and then or SA too, and then they're like, you know, scared to death because they threaten them. If you tell anybody, you'll be in trouble, we'll kill, all this stuff. You just never know. So I just hope that they go to a good place. And you know they're not going to be able to be together. Ugh, I don't know. It makes me sick. Like, it makes me almost hurt, like physically thinking about it. Oh, it's just. Hi, baby. Come on up here if you want, Zeke. Now this window's out. We should just play the video, but I just wanted to see if there's any other pictures that I wanted to show, those real clear ones that somebody got. Those first ones I showed you. Here's in, I think, which was Elizabeth and Gary Jr.'s room. I really do, with this bed. They have like blocks. You can see blocks right here. They have angel and a Jesus figurine. And see, look, all the drawers are open, probably because the cops went through them. I'm not saying they wouldn't have been open anyway, but I'm just saying, is that like a heel or no? There's a pillow. Here's, look, this This is filled up with that dark stuff. This only has a little bit of dark stuff. So I'm wondering, does he dip and he's spitting, or is he putting Coke in here because they have 2 liters? No, he does dip. This is one of those Kodak dip containers. I recognize it. Or it might not be Kodak, but it's one of those dip things. So that's what it's a spit. You know, they spit in a container. This looks like either peroxide or alcohol, right? They have all this cleaning stuff. Somebody must have had some cuts and they were afraid of being infected because of these conditions. So she was probably trying to treat the scrapes and cuts. So that's all I could think of. Mountain Dew, it looks like. I try to take some multiple screenshots so if some of them are a little bit clearer, I can make out, you know, but because sometimes, is this like tomato sauce or something? I can, some kind of canned good. Fan or heater. I think that was the portable heater, or was this, because remember the guy said, oh, there's a heater running and a fan. Obviously, we saw some of the fans. So here's that bed and box spring flipped up. You can see a pillow. You can see this pillow. Oh, drawers open. Hamper. Got milk. I'll have to run those through to see what those are. I'll do those when I play the video here. Let me actually take a screenshot while I'm, so I have it. Okay. Strainer. There's that meat. Looks like a microwave dinner here, maybe. It's crazy because these look like cucumbers. At least this looks like cucumber, but with that clearer picture shows it's a green pepper. Is this butter, right? And then this looks like maybe eggs in a container, I feel like. Is this just bottles of water, or is this that stuff that has like electrolytes in it, the water? That's what I keep thinking it is. Like there's no excuse, a Barbie doll in this. I don't know. I just feel like for the seat for the kids to eat on, that's all. But now it makes me wonder how much of it was all thrown everywhere from the cops all looking for stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, not to say, I mean, there's no excuse. It's dirty, so it's not just a mess. It's dirty, and trash is everywhere. So the trash was obviously in the house, but some of the stuff that's like, you know, knocked over, is that from the cops? I still think the bed being overturned is from the cops. I really do. Doesn't make anything better. I'm not saying that, but can you imagine trying to get clean in here? Bug. I'm really starting to itch. Oh my God. There's that phone and there's an air conditioning unit, it looks like. Going up the stairs from that room, they were all, the room that we think they're all sleeping in. Here's those stairs that go up. So was that considered a basement? But that doesn't match up where that door goes for the basement. So that's why I'm thinking that no, there's another basement, because that wouldn't match up where this is at. This is at the back of the house. So I think there is another basement, like an actual basement. Canned goods, when I bring these up, they're just bringing up like tomato sauce, tomato paste, spaghetti sauce, pizza sauce. It looks like it's one of those. Some of them say SpaghettiOs. I'm saying, like, when you're trying to figure out what it is, it's along those lines, because a lot of those canned goods look somewhat like that. So I'm guessing this looks like potatoes, maybe. Why does that look like pears? I don't know. Some kind of canned good. I'm gonna try to figure it out more if I can. I'm going fast because we're going to watch all the videos together. I just wanted to kind of Tyson, but this is that Tyson chicken, I think. A bag, empty bag. This is like, I guess, a desk. Here's that things remembered or whatever it is. For, oh no, forget me not. It's supposed to be for like when you lose somebody. It's a nonprofit, that person said. They looked it up. So it could be from when they lost 2 kids. And then they had the Fireball bucket, which is a liquor. Okay, so let me play those videos. Oh, here's a few other pictures. Hold on, let me see if there's anything, you know, about the same stuff. Yeah, there you can see the Fireball party bucket. I'll have to see what comes in a Fireball party bucket. I'll look that up. Screenshot of the running water. There's bags of beans too. Here's a picture of from the outside into the one of the windows. It looks like you could see a chair. I don't know. It's like a big. That's here. That's what it was. A booster. That's what. Okay, kids like seat. And then that thing on the top was probably the thing that goes on top where you could eat for kids. I don't know what this is though. The big barrel or plastic thing. There's actually a full bottle of water. That looks full, doesn't it? Oh yeah, here's a couple newer ones. Point Blank book. Love Comes, some kind of book. So there's some books. Miss Ruth cider. Or wait, no. Miss Ruth. I don't know. Bloodsaw? Is that even from this case? Because that's. Huh. I don't know who that is. Yeah, this is because look, this picture is a desk. I think this is from the window. You can see a part of the bike and the desk. A Star is Born soundtrack they have. Okay. It's from In the Car. I was trying to figure out what this is. These. Are those what do you call those? It's like a candy with a nut inside. Is that what that is? I forget what those are called. And then this video, you can see really good that Steph's, it says vinegar, you can see, and then the beans, vegetable. Yeah, okay. So let me see if there's anything else. This looks like a car or a seat, maybe a car seat. No, I guess not a car seat, but you know how you carry your baby, you hold it, right? Doesn't it go into a car seat? All right, we're gonna watch these videos. I just wanted to. Okay, so now here's all of the videos together. There is one new one that I never played that I'll tell you when it comes on. All right, so some of them have sound, like I said. I'm just gonna play them all straight through. Unless you want me to play the one I haven't played first, or no? No, I'm just gonna play them all straight through. Okay, here we go.
Everybody's posting about. They're in pictures that's not actually the house. I don't think we're allowed up there, buddy. We'll get in trouble. Come on, hurry. See if we can see in the window. Hurry, super fast. We get in trouble. That's inside. That's the living room. That's the living room.
All right, this is the Hamden house. These are the 2 cars. There's the 2 cars. Check license plates. There's the S10. It's out front. This is the whole front of the house. As you see, they have a little tractor over here. Got a window covering up the side window. I'll tell you, this is our second time going in. It's very, very bad. It's very bad. Cockroaches are moving all over. All right, I'm covering my face. Looks like this might have been a room that the kids stayed in. That's what it looks like. There's baby dolls. Oh my God, there's shit all over this floor. Look at this. Yeah, I know. I see this shit. Help on this floor. This is like.
Okay, that actually looks like a phone right there. Almost looks like it might be plugged in with a white cord. That should be in evidence. I'm guessing that was probably the oldest daughter's bed because she's 18, so she probably got the biggest bed of the kids at least.
Humane. Oh, look. Yeah, I see this shit. Bro, that's so bad. Yeah. That is so bad. There's shit on this bed. Oh my God. From what the kids are saying, if you can see, there's cockroaches running all over. I didn't go to this. There's the bathroom. Here. The floor, you can see it's moving around. All right. There's the toilet. Do minute videos. Or we can cover. There's the freezer. Bugs here. Looks like there was some kind of milk in there. Looks like some kind of bedroom. There's still a fan on and a heater. Looks like some kind of bedroom. Cockroaches everywhere. This looks like this is the living room. Dining room and living room. Hey, sounds like a car. No, it's not. This is the bedroom up front. It's so bad. Alright, we're out. The water works. Deep freezer. The water works. Here, I'll show you. Put the water on. It did have water. Look underneath. Alright. Yep. Come on, let's get the fuck out of here. Come on. Whew. Again, this is the Hampton house. Come on, Dan. Come on. Come on, bro. Come on. Stop taking a shit in the toilet. Alright, this is the Hampton house. It's bad. It's real bad. You can smell it from the outside. Oh my God. You want to talk about filth? That's inhumane. Listen, I've been poor all my life and I've never lived like that. That's, yeah. Lack of knowledge, being poor, that's inhumane. I tried to give the lady the benefit of the doubt because she's 13 since she was, you know, kind of given away to in West Virginia to a guy, but we're out.
Can't disagree with what he said. Like, I know I see both sides. I see both sides. I see how there's no excuse. That's inhumane. It's no excuse for that. But I also see, like, was she a victim as far as Elizabeth? But there's a part of me that's like, she still should be held accountable to a degree. I hope we get the full, true story of everything. But I'm struggling with this because, oh.
That's the House of Horrors right there, guys. Whew, full video, 3 minutes. It was quick. It smells so bad. Sorry. All right, out.
Yeah, so I could talk now. This one is just muted because they just played music. Yeah, they never did say malnourished. You're right. Oh, here, let me actually, hold on a second. Let me pull this closer to me. I don't know why I have these. So, wait, was that one like that? Yeah, okay. I don't know. They never did. You're right. They never made it seem like it was malnourishment. It was, you know, just the dirty and like, no medical, probably some medical issues, mental, like but I mean, well, we did hear people say they were really thin though, the people that seen them. Now, the guy at the pantry said it didn't look like they were malnourished, but the people at Dollar General said they looked really skinny when they saw them. So I don't know. Oh, really, Becky? But pot bellies could be a sign of starvation too. Like where they bloat, that actually could be from being malnourished. You know what I'm saying? They could be so bad to the fact where they start to bloat like that. That reminds me of you saying pot bellies. I don't know. That's when they're on their last. I don't know. So I don't know. But you saw they said the case is going to be moving so slow because of the extent of everything. And then being such a small county, you guys, I think it's gonna be a while before we get the true, the facts of like, as far as trial goes, unless if they take plea deals, but that's they have 4 separate attorneys. Like one which I think Gary Siders Jr. will probably fight it all the way, innocent, and try to fight it. And he's probably the most guilty, in my opinion. But I wonder if some of them will take some kind of deal. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue that.
How you turn the light on? Let's just go. Fuck it.
What's it?
I can't. I need light, bro.
Oh my God, there's cockroaches crawling everywhere. Oh my God, this is so bad. There's cockroaches everywhere.
Okay, go.
Oh my God, it smells so bad.
This is the bathroom. Can you shine your light? Can you shine your light, nigga? How do you... This is their bathroom. No water. This is their bathtub. Come on. Let's hurry up. This is their kitchen. And this is definitely the house.
Oh my God, there's cockroaches everywhere.
Bro.
Oh my God, they're fucking running all around me.
Come on.
Oh my God. This is awful.
Oh my God, I can't see shit.
This is awful. It smells so bad.
Bro. Watch your light.
Look at the cockroaches running underneath your cockroaches.
Watch your light.
Why? There's something else out there. Come on.
Hurry up.
Oh my God.
This is the dining room I'm taking it.
Oh my fucking God.
Oh my God, this is a
Look how
bedroom.
bad that is.
This is definitely their house.
Water squad.
Alright. Bro, it's all the rooms.
Oh my God, this is so bad.
I'm getting out.
Dude, there's so many fucking cockroaches everywhere. Look. Look, can you see right across the wall?
Bro, this is their room, but I don't want to go in there.
They're running everywhere. The whole house, the whole floor's moving, everything's moving. There's food up in the cabinets. Bro, there's cockroaches running everywhere. Oh my God.
I'm itchy.
Open the freezer. Oh my God. It's still running. Oh my God, the cockroaches are running all over me. Oh my God.
I gotta get out, bro.
Yeah, I gotta get out too. It stinks. We already tried the water. The water don't work.
It does. Oh, you're saying
Does it?
Yeah.
The water works?
I gotta get out. It smells so bad.
I got you.
Go put it on. Oh my God, the cockroaches.
I'm itchy.
The water does work. Thought it didn't.
Yeah, Dan's recording that. My storage is full.
There's beds in here. Yes.
Food, water, running. You
Bro,
gotta walk up. I got someone to walk up.
Keep going.
I need a light.
Go
man.
left.
I can't see shit.
Here, take this. Oh my God, it's so bad, bro.
It's not, my fucking nose is on fire.
Oh my God, it's so bad.
It smells so bad. Yes,
Everywhere.
cockroaches everywhere. The whole
This
floor
is definitely their
moving.
house. There's a Chevy S10, and I believe it's a Chevy Impala or a Chevy Malibu.
It's a van.
It's a Malibu.
No, it's a Chevy Cobalt.
Or a Cobalt Equinox.
Oh my God, it's so
Look,
bad.
there's their license plate.
We already
Google
see
the
a
license plate. Google the license plate if y'all don't believe this is the house.
Oh my God.
It's definitely the house.
It's so fucking bad. We might have to
Come
go
on,
back and
T.
do a video, but I need. Come on. Let's go. It's dead out here. Come on. Come on, bro. There's crime scene tape everywhere. What is that, a car seat? Oh, it's a car seat.
Oh, it is
Yeah.
a car.
How do you turn the lights on?
I don't know. I just had an auto flash up
No,
top.
somebody carried a baby, but I didn't know if it actually went in the car. But yeah, it does.
It's only taking forever, bro. I'm trying to get these lights out.
I'm itchy.
Oh, it's a lot bigger than I thought it was. Oh yeah, there's a light on inside. Oh, look, that window's open up there. And the light's on. Oh my God, I hope there's no snakes back here. Oh my God. Here, you want this flashlight?
Yeah.
Here. How are we gonna get in? Here, take this thing. You're taking forever. Come on, grab this. Take this fucking light and come on. Oh my. How the fuck are we gonna get in here? Oh my God, I don't know how we're gonna get back out. Oh, the back door is open. The back door is wide open. Come on. The back door is wide open. Just climb. We'll go the other way out. Oh my God, this is awful. Are you calling Misty?
Are you gonna record?
Yeah, I'm recording right now. Yeah, go ahead, call her. It's hot as fuck in here. I will. Oh my God, look at all the roaches. Oh my God, there's roaches everywhere. Oh my God, there's fucking roaches, cockroaches everywhere. Come on.
Hello.
That's all the ones I gathered. I'm all itchy now, guys. I think that's about all that I wanted to share. Is there anything else that's going on? Let me see. Let me look up something real quick. See if there's anything else new that's that's all the stuff I've gathered from the last couple days, but I haven't really dug in today to see if there's a bunch. I just saw that the release of the them searching all of them, but I haven't really done like a big search because I was doing the David case, that new stuff with David. I did 2 lives on David before this, so I did 3 lives today, basically. Dang it. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's much else. Let me look real quick. 1 second. Let me look at one more thing real quick. I don't know if these are, hold on a second. See, now with AI, we watched the booking intake where they were searching them, but then are these legit or is this AI? So this is out here where it says booking photos and you have this, but I don't know. I mean, is this AI or not? It looks real, but you never know. Oh, hold on. Sorry. This was on, and then you have this, which is legit. We know these are real, but are these? Hold on, let me see if there's more out. Hold on a second, guys. Because it says he smiles and waves. Let me make sure. There might be actually more out now. Give me a minute here. Hold on. Let me see. I don't want to be missing out because I didn't get it. I didn't have time to really look today on this. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. All right, that's not there. Okay. Oh, shoot. I'm just seeing the videos that I played. I'm not seeing any other videos. I mean, oh my God, why does it have to play it when you scroll past it? I'm not seeing any other videos of like them sitting in there. I'm trying to figure out where they got that from. Does anybody know? Hold on. I guess it's just these couple photos, which we have the videos we went through. And those two photos. Interesting. I'm trying to see if those came from videos that we could find. Those when they're sitting there in their uniform already. Which is crazy then. If those are legit, let's think about this here. If those are legit, they're in yet another shirt, a different shirt. So what, they're in 3 different shirts in like the first couple of days? That's not making sense. So it makes me wonder if those 2 were AI, the 2 just photos that aren't videos. I mean, they do look legit, but dude, I mean, people could AI, you know? Hold on. Here's my Ziki. I love him. Like this one, and then oh, she didn't have the slides on yet, huh? So red, gray, and then this orange, if this is even legit. But I can't tell you. Hold on, let me find the original one. I was looking where it has the one of Gary too. Hold on one second. I should have saved that picture. Now that is that picture gone now? I'm trying to find the one where it has all 3 of them. Now I can't find. Dang it, I should have saved it. Where did I get that at? The one where it says of Gary too. Now I'm only bringing up the one of Elizabeth. Hold on a second. I don't know, guys. There's 3 different things, and it's just weird. Like 3 different shirts, and I mean, when was that taken? The mugshot? Because the search had to be before they put him in jail. They had to be searched, right? So I mean, they wouldn't search him after they already gave him clothes, because then they would have already searched him and gave him clothes and know that there was nothing on those clothes. Does that make sense? If they're the ones that gave it to him. So that's what's, I'm like, what is going on here? Anyway, well, that's, oh, right here. Okay, here it is. This, well, I'm saving it real quick, just in case if they disappear, we could be like, okay, is this legit? Okay, so it's these right here. This one, which I don't know if that's AI, because look, red, orange. Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull up my file here. Red, orange, gray. Like, what? Gray. Orange. Oh. Oh, there's more. Wait a minute. Her walking. What? They're all. Oh, look. That's what it is. I figured out. I think these are legit, guys. Where are these videos then? Because look, she has a gray shirt underneath. Okay. Which So they give you a t-shirt and then you could put the orange on top. So when they took the mugshot, for some reason, they just had the shirt underneath because maybe it was right before they gave him the actual top. Maybe it was they gave him a t-shirt, did the mugshot, then they gave him the orange. Because look, you could see she has maroon underneath, okay? And maroon is her mugshot's in maroon, and you could see the maroon under it, right? You could see the gray under hers, the grayish color, which is, see, you could see it underneath. Ah, it's making sense now. So I think these are legit. Now, where is the video that this came from? I'm saving these. Does anybody know? Huh, I gotta find it. So yeah, this got her walking all like she was, now she looks like she was crying in this. You could kind of see her redness right here. And Elizabeth or Christina just kind of looking at her. You got Gary Sr. I already saved this one, I can't remember. And then look, Gary Jr. is right here. So they're all just walking around here. Where's the one at? There's Gary Jr. Wow, that makes sense now. Huh, okay, well, I gotta find where this is at, dude. There has to be a video that those screenshots are taken from. You know what I'm saying? Somebody has the video and they took the screenshots. You know? So I don't understand why the video is not out. It's got to be out somewhere. Because I'm sure people didn't just take screenshots of the video and post the screenshots. I'm sure the person that has the video had to have shared that video somewhere. Anybody know? Anybody know? Email me if you find it. I keep looking because I don't want to end this. And I guarantee, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to end this and it's going to be, I'm going to find it right when I freaking end it. You know it. Hold on, I'm just looking really quick. Give me a minute. I found it. I found it, guys. It's the same person. I'm an idiot. 3 hours ago, I just didn't look back. I found it. Okay, hold on. Let me save it so I could put it in my editor so I could actually crop it so we can make it bigger. I found it. Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, sorry, I have this up. Hold on, give me a minute, guys. I'm so itchy. I'm so itchy. Okay, video 15. Okay, I have it. Hold on. Let me put it in the shout out to CG. Let me put it in the actual editor. Dang it, I wish I would have looked back at the page. She was probably just uploading it and I thought they were all done. I wish I would have looked freaking back because I could have played it together with all the other ones. There's probably people that already left that now are gonna miss this. It's so scattered. Oh well. It's hard when I'm actually live and then I'm playing other, you know what I'm saying? I'm not researching at the time. I'm just trying to show what I already played. I really didn't think there was going to be any more. All right, here we go. Sorry, I'm just cropping it, getting it ready so we can see it big. All right, I got it. Let me pull this back up. Add this. I'm going to do it like this. Okay, here we go. Pull this over like that. Okay. All right, here we go. If I see that I'm in the way, but I think we should be able to see everything the way it is. So that's Elizabeth sitting there. Gosh, I wish there was audio. Like, what is she saying? She's talking away right now. She is talking away to this guy. Wow. I am playing it, Mayla's mom. Are you not seeing it? It's playing. I'm confused. So now she's looking back. Yeah, there probably isn't. Now we got Gary. Yeah, Gary. Yeah, bub. Yeah, bub. You're screwed. Dang it. I just thought it's not. Oh, he's waving back there probably to Elizabeth or his mom or dad. But I was just thinking, I call Ezekiel bubbies and bubs. Well, you know what? He's not taking that from me because that's what they call him, right? No. He just says, I love you. Did you see that? I missed a lot because I was looking away. We might have to play this again. I think he's talking to Elizabeth. He's smiling. I love you. Like, what? What do you think? I guarantee he was talking about to Elizabeth there. That makes me mad. He's all happy, like, I love you, smiling. What you did to those kids? I mean, even if it's just that house in general is like, well, that's why they're, without even anything knowing about if there was any physical, that house in general is considered CA because of how bad it is. And they're the parents. Hey, Bubba, come up here. Come on, you want to come up? You come up. Look at his little butt. That makes me sick. Oh, I guess that's over. Hold on. Maybe there's another one. Because where's the one of, there's got to be one more. Well, I'm looking at that. I wanted to, there's got to be one more because we see Elizabeth and, what's his name? I just want to watch this part again. We see Elizabeth and Gary Sr. So I got to go see if I could find that. I wonder if she posted it and took it back, maybe. I'll look in a minute, but I just wanted to watch this thing. Look at him waving. Because I looked away. Okay. Smiling, looking at her. Yeah, you. Doing the I love you. Okay. Smiling. Does he not realize how serious he's in? He's probably thinking, oh, it's just going to be a little thing here. Does he not realize he may have to spend the rest of his life in jail because, I mean, maybe it won't be the rest of his life, but a lot of time, well, depending on what they find when they do the investigation. All right, so let me see if I could find the other one now. Oh, I can't handle it. All right, let's see. I am so itchy now. What the heck? Bubba, what are you doing over there? Are you okay? You're so silly, Zekies. You're too silly. You're a silly boy. So cute. I love you. All right, hold on. I'm seeing if I could find the other one. Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm looking through all her stuff. I wonder if she posted it and took it down for some reason, because I don't see it on the person. She had to have posted them all because they have screenshots of that. So maybe she posted it, took it down, and somebody took screenshots, but because it's not up anymore. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. Huh. It's not up. It's not up from her. So I don't know. She had to have it up for a minute because I mean they have those screenshots, but I'm just curious why she would have took that one down. She has all the other ones up. Hold on, just before I end it, I just want to make sure. Let's see, I'm just gonna look at a couple more places because I don't want to end it and then find out that it's somewhere. Well, shout out to CJ Hannon though. Good job in getting these. That's awesome. I wonder if she's local. I'm trying to see. It doesn't say where she's from. Yeah, guys, I don't see it up here. You know me though, I don't give up easily. I'm looking at a few more spots just to see. Okay, hold on a second. Give me a minute. Oh, hold on. Oh, here's another booking. Hold on a second. I wonder that's where it is. No stuff, date of birth. Okay, hold on a second. Ah, I see. So here's what's probably where it came from. I don't know why the person that I got him from doesn't have that one, but Plunder also has him up, but she's charging. You have to join her Patreon to see him. So she has all four. So that's probably where the screenshots of that other one's coming from because they probably took it from her videos. And for some reason, the one that I got it from, she didn't post that last one. But I'll keep looking. But Plunder, you have to buy. So I'm just gonna wait to see if the poster that posted all these is gonna post that last one. But that's what it is. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Wait a minute, guys. I was sharing before when I was. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, thanks for watching. Which ones? Send it to me. Which ones are you referring to, Melas? Do you have them? I'm sure once I end it and I research, but it's sometimes when I'm trying to do it when I'm live, it's hard because I'm the only one up here. So if I'm sitting there looking up stuff while you're seeing me look, my face trying to find stuff. So I don't like to do that. And I know like that's what people say, you always look confused, but my confused look is when I'm live and that confused look is I'm looking. So remember, I might have something playing, but I'm the one running this live. So I'll be looking up or finding the stuff I need to play next. So I think my confused look is me trying to that's just my normal look when I'm like finding stuff, trying to like get stuff ready. And I don't know why I look like that, but that's how I'm looking when I'm like focused, trying to get stuff. Like either I'm getting stuff from my files or online, and that's what I look like. Cause I don't know, I can't help it. I'm not confused. It's just my face. I get people say that a lot. Wonder why though. The crazy thing is I freaking try to put in my order to order this stuff. Why didn't I get? I was a little bit late in it, but um so I'm looking to see yeah, I just got an email. So I'm just a little bit behind on it because I didn't put in the freaking request right away. So I'll probably end up getting them too. Oh well, maybe it won't be worth it because they're out now. Well, I mean, you have to pay, but I'm guessing what Plunder's going to do is going to make them pay and then eventually he's going to release them publicly. But hey, I'm going to wait for the other girl that's ordered them. She's releasing them, the one that I've been sharing it. So maybe she won't do the rest, but oh well. You paid for Mila's? Wait, Mela, are you saying there's other ones you found that aren't they're not from Plunder that you could share with me that we could look at? Because you said that you have them getting out of the van. Where's it? Can you show me where that one is? Or you're saying you did buy Plunders? No, but you said them getting out of the van and such. So you must have seen it, is what I'm saying, right? Do you have that? I get your question, but I'm not referring to your question right now. I'm referring to this comment you made. Do you have? Where did you see that? I'm sorry if I'm confusing you. um. Oh, okay. Hold on then. Let me check. I guess I don't really usually. Okay, hold on now. Hold on. I saw that one I put up, but there probably is more. Duh. I don't know why I didn't go through more. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Alrighty, so. Oh, there's 74. Oh, when I was scrolling through, some of them it looked like were double, so I thought they were done. Oh, dang it. See, another stupid mistake I'm making here. I got off of it. That's where this is the one I was looking at. Are you talking about these 74 pictures? I didn't realize there were 74. Okay, hold on. So here's a screenshot. Look, this isn't blurred. Oh, because he has a little something on his that's why. He's got like a bandage there that I don't know if everybody's video is blurred or the person I got it from that posted it. I didn't personally get it from that. She just blurred it because of that. I'm not sure. Huh. But that's what it is. A little bandage. So he must have maybe that's what all the scrape stuff is for. Maybe he has a wound. So maybe that bedroom is their bedroom or whatever. And he has a wound that they're trying to keep it from getting infected, I wonder. Ah. Because they have all that disinfectant stuff for scratches and scrapes. Interesting. Okay. Look though, doesn't it look like it's hard to tell, but it almost looks like he has cuts and stuff on his arm, but it's a little bit blurry. Oh no, that's just the way it's looking, maybe, because look at his arms look all like bubbly. I can't tell if it's just from the he looks kind of skinny. Like, look, it looks like he's on, like, he looks almost malnourished in a way. Unless if he's just wearing like clothes too big for him. There's his married, military, no. Number of children 16. Description of who though? Which, oh, Gary Siders Jr. So he has tattoo right arm, heart with names, heart with sword on his right arm, tattoo left arm, heart and cross, tattoo left arm, heart, left arm cross, heart with flames, tattoo left arm block, heart with smiley face on his leg, a cross on his leg, outlaw peace sign on his leg, a heart with lines on his leg. Here's the public indecency. It says, did recklessly expose his private parts under circumstances in which his conduct was likely to be viewed by and affront others who are in Gary Siders' physical proximity and who are not members of his household in violation of blah, blah, blah. So, which we already know that, May 23rd, May 27th. There's Christina coming in. Elizabeth and Christina. I know we just watched these videos, but some of these screenshots are from different things, so I'm just going to go through them all. And this kind of gives us a yeah, her hair looks silky and not greasy at all. I'm so confused. I wonder if the mugshot was taken like no, because I don't think it was. I was gonna say way after where she just didn't shower in jail or for a couple days. But I mean, where would she have showered at her house. I don't know. Her hair just doesn't look greasy in this for some reason. It actually looks clean somehow. I don't know how you could live in that house and it looked, I don't know. I'm so confused by this case. This is just, look at her covering her stomach like that. Is she pregnant? Is she really? I mean, we've been hearing rumors about that. I mean, it could just be, you know, the whole covering herself, defeated. I get that, but it's just, it's like, okay, so here's pictures of them coming out of the van. Thanks for telling me, Mayla's mom. I didn't realize I was on this exact post, but I didn't realize there was 75 pictures. Wow. Oh. He's the only one shackled. Interesting. Is it because he's a male and then, you know, obviously Gary Sr.'s in a wheelchair, there's no use. But do you think the reason the girls weren't and he is because he's a male? Is that something? I don't know. See, now her hair looks greasy, I feel like. And her hair looks greasy now. Dude, we watched those videos. If you guys missed it, we watched their search videos at the beginning and in the middle, okay? Both of their hairs did not look greasy in those videos, okay? Now look at them. Was this like days later or something in jail without showering their hair? Because why does it look so much different? Look. They look so much different than it did in the search videos. Her hair did not look greasy at all in the search ones either. I am so confused. Now we got Gary walk in. And I say I'm confused a lot. It doesn't mean like I'm actually really confused. It means it's like, wow, that's interesting. Now they're dirty. People get used to it. Because that was a lot of criticism I get. It's like, why are you confused? Like I'm an idiot. It's just a word I use when I'm like maybe surprised or trying to figure out something in a way where it's like, wow, that's interesting type thing. I don't know why I've always just said I'm confused because it's like, I'm not really this dumb, confused person. I'm not pretending to be. It's just a word I use. I don't know why I'm explaining it, but a lot of people criticize me on that. But yeah, it does look like he has bruises. It does look kind of bruised up right here. And I know in the arraignment, it kind of did too. But he even looks like bruised right there. But I can't. Maybe that's a tattoo. Wait, he didn't have a tattoo on his hand. Why does it look like that's a bruise? Look. They all have that. And then this looks like this is kind of like swelled up right here. Doesn't it? Like it looks like it's like a knot, like a swelled up like, and then he even looks like he has a bruise. Huh. This is in motion here. He's moving and look. What is he doing? Probably showing him. They asked to see it because I know they'll end up taking pictures of crime of the whole body and stuff, but like he's showing them now, they're not taking a picture, are they? Is he just showing him something? Or they asked to show him something? Looks like he's showing him bruises and stuff. He does look like he does have some bruises on him. And then we got her. That's all. Okay, so remember, maybe this is a bruise because remember on the arraignment, it almost looked like it was like a maybe they took blood DNA. I mean, they were gonna take blood. I mean, they were gonna do a DNA. So maybe they. I thought like on the arraignment video, it looked like maybe there was a band-aid because it almost looked like it puffed out. Like let's say you have a band-aid right there or some kind of sticker, like a tape, where it makes the skin around it like puff out. You know what I'm saying? Because there's something tight against the skin. It almost had that appearance on the arraignment, right? But I mean, the video is so not that good of quality, so maybe it wasn't that, and maybe it looked like that it wasn't. But here, right here, let me save it and then we can zoom in. But right here, you see it again. So is it a bruise or does she have a band-aid? Right here, it looks more like a bruise. And it did on the arraignment too, but it also had that thing where you could see it like right, like you know what I'm saying? Like, am I explaining myself? If you have a band-aid on your arm, you can see like it makes this the part that's on the edge of it kind of like puff out. But I'm not making sense. Or if they have the tape around it. But now the more I think about it, I think that's a bruise because that looks like it right here, does it not? It must have just looked like that on the bad quality video. Her hair is definitely a lot greasier there. Wonder, wait, maybe they did get put spray like for like lice. I bet you they did. When they gave them clothes, they probably put some kind of treatment on their hair in case if they had lice or bugs to make sure to get it out. And it was probably oily and greasy. I'm thinking now because you saw the difference in Lynn's hair too, Christina's. So they probably did. They're not going to take any chances having an outbreak. They probably like, you know, put some kind of treatment where if there's anything in their hair. I'm thinking now I'm more thinking that because there's too much of a difference in both of their hairs. Now she's probably looking back at Gary Jr. It's wet. Yeah, but I mean that in the mugshot, it didn't look like it was wet. It looked greasy. So that's why I'm thinking that it's just greasy. I mean, maybe it's wet. Maybe they probably made them wash it. But okay, so let's say they make them wash their hair, but why does it look more greasy in the mugshot though? If it's washed, it shouldn't look more greasy. Maybe they put stuff in it. They washed it with some stuff that's oily to treat it, is what I'm guessing. I was gonna say that with Lynn's, how it kind of looked like it might be wet, but then I keep thinking of the mugshot, her mugshot, and how greasy it looked. It's probably whatever shampoo they used to make sure there was no bugs. It probably is really oily somehow. Right? Yeah. Yeah, they probably did make sure they cleaned her hair, but it was probably with something that just made their hair more greasy. At least hers just made it look more dirty. So here's hers, number of children 18. Odd. They have number of children for Gary 16. They put 16 for Gary and 18 for her. Why? Why would they put two different things? That's odd. Huh. Yes, that's what I think. That's what I'm saying. I think it's that, Lottie. I agree. I think that's exactly. They washed it and put that treatment in their hair. Now this is all the same, I think, right? Now we're repeating, yeah. Wow. Let me see if there's anything else. Hold on one second. Um, What do you guys think though? I want to just see if, yeah, look. I just wanted to double check. Look, number of children, 16. It's just weird that they have 18 for her and 16 for them. Or for him. Huh. Sorry, I'm just trying to save some of these to, like the tattoos. Okay, was there any on his arm? Okay, right arm. Maybe those were tattoos. He does have some on his arms. So maybe that one on his wrist is a tattoo that I thought was a bruise on Gary Jr. But it doesn't say wrist, it says arm, but it still could be. They could just put arm, right? Just generalize it. Okay, hold on one second. I just want to make sure. I gotta read that email though. That I got to see what records I could get. But I'm probably gonna get them later than everybody, which if they're expensive, I wonder if it's gonna be worth it if they're gonna be out anyway in public. I'll have to see. They didn't put a price, but they have a list of everything, so I gotta see. I was so late because I just I don't know. I figured they weren't available anyway, so I kind of didn't put in my request till late because I figured they wouldn't be available yet, but I was wrong. I was wrong. Sorry, I'm taking a few screenshots just so I could zoom in. I want to zoom in for you guys to some of those bruises. I want to see what you guys think. So I'm trying to screenshot it real quick. This is why it's hard. I'm the only one up here doing it. So it's like if I try to do something and get it ready, there's nobody up here to entertain you guys. You got Zeke boy. Oh, and I got the email about the anal glands. We've asked him because he does that sometimes. So we asked the vet and they check, and every time they're like, nope, he's pretty good. Like they check it. So I don't know, because that's what we saw and heard and looked up if they're doing that. But we take them to the vet every year, and we've told them that, and they say they're fine. And the groomer too. So we've asked both, and both of them say no, he's good. So I don't know if somebody is wrong, but trust me, we know. And are we supposed to just be like, no, do it anyway? I don't know. Because we've told him, like, hey, he's rubbing his butt. I mean, he doesn't do it all the time, but he does do it sometimes. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to take some screenshots of Elizabeth's arm too, so we could zoom in. It's weird though, because there's one shot where you can't see it. There's like, it doesn't go all the way around her arm. Hold on, I'm just getting them all, so then we could just go through them. Because then we could zoom way in, is my point. That's why. Okay. All right, so I got them all saved. No, I'm taking it the 18 is because they're counting the I thought it was just a mistake, and they're counting the 2 that passed away. And they, for some reason, forgot to put it on Gary Jr.'s. That's what I was thinking. Because they keep saying the birth certificate, it's her first one was 15. And then Joey, this brother. Oh, what is Joey, the brother said, I think he's originally the one that said that the whole time, and then he even said, I think I was mistaken. I must Like, I think it was either 14 or 15 her first kid, and then said he was mistaken. But originally he said like it was with some other person that he knows that he's friends with before Gary, right? And so it spread like wildfire. And then he says, oh, maybe I was mistaken. I was maybe 14 or 15. She had a first kid. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's why it's different or not. Oh, that's a good point, Bob. That was a good point. So Gary probably said 16, not mentioning the 2 deceased. And then that's a really good point. And Elizabeth, of course, is not going to forget about her 2 kids. You know what I'm saying? She won't forget about the 2 that she lost. So she probably is more prone to be like 18. I had 2 that I lost. And Gary probably just is like, oh, I have 16. That's a really good point. That could very well be what happened. Bob? Yes, I know. And it doesn't. Mac, my brother's dog, used to get that, and he would have to get his because his smelled and you could smell the fishy. But no, he doesn't. So yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. So yeah, they say he's okay, but he does rub his butt sometimes. So maybe his butt just itches sometimes. You know how we have itches, they don't have arms to itch it, so they just like, oh. Yeah. I know, I know. All right, so let me zoom into a couple of these and see what you guys think. I'm losing my voice. I hope that smoke's not leaking in here. Anybody else infected by the smoke? You step outside and you could smell smoke so bad. It's getting to hazardous levels the last 2 days. And it's crazy because you can look up a map and where the fires are is not even as bad as ours, which is they're all throughout Canada, but there's some places right where the fires are where the air quality is not bad, which is weird. It doesn't make sense. And then we're how many miles away, but just so the wind blows and we're at hazardous levels some parts yesterday and today at different parts of the day. The wind, it's supposed to be better tomorrow, I hope. Because I'm not taking, they say to have your dog, you just take him out just to pee quick. I mean, don't keep him out, wear a mask. It's hazardous levels. And then sometimes it goes down to really, wait, how do they say it? Really unhealthy. And then they have unhealthy. I think that's how it goes. So it's like, dang it, it's dangerous to be out. Okay. Let's look. I want to man, I feel like I need to walk around, but let me just go over a couple of these because I'm curious on your guys' input on this. Okay. On the bruises. Okay, let's see what we can make out. Hold on. I want to. Okay. So right here, you can see it doesn't go all the way around because you can see it's just right there, right? Okay. You can't see it as much on that one or that one. See, sometimes it's like pixels and videos and pictures and screenshots can really deceive you. You could think like, oh, look, what's this mark? But it may just be the way the light and the pixels are. That might not be anything. Now this, obviously there's something because we see it in the arraignment. We see it in the videos. So there is something right there on her arm, whether it be a bruise or something. Now these ones, you're not seeing it as good, but look how big. These are way too big on her. Right here. She's probably looking back at Gary and all them. Right there, you see it. It's a bruise. I think it's a bruise now. So, I don't know. I mean, it may just be from that house somehow. I mean, who knows if it has anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But it does look like if you grab somebody in the arm like this, maybe. Because originally, like, we were thinking of restrain, but it doesn't go all the way around. So you would think if it was restrain, it would kind of go all the way around, but maybe not, I guess. Maybe it could have just bruised kind of up here, or the rest kind of. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, wouldn't a stray most likely probably go all the way around? I'm thinking, but it could be from a grab. But it could just be from something else too. You know? I don't know. This one. Now look, it looks like it goes more around on this one. See, it's, and then in the video it looks like it goes more around. It's just you can only trust these bad resolution pictures so much. Who freaking knows? Looks like two different things now. I don't know. Could it be like some kind of a wrap or band-aid? It looks too thin that way, maybe. But you see how this looks like there's like, oh, it looks whitish and then green, but don't let that deceive you because you can see green here and green here, like hints. It's just the way like pixels and bad resolution when you zoom in does. So I think this for sure, but this little green here, I think it's just little pixel parts. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is like, what is it? Is he showing him the bruises? Like, what is there? Is he trying to show him tattoos? Because they're taking a thing on like tattoos and everything? Or bruises? I don't know. And he's like showing them. I don't. Is that a tattoo? It's too blurry. I mean, I don't see anything, but maybe there is. I mean, he has some on his arms, so I don't know. It's bad quality video. Then you zoom in, you can't. Like right there, there's either a bruise or that's a tattoo. You know, he has one right there on the wrist. So maybe it's a tattoo. I mean, I know it doesn't look like a tattoo, but I'm telling you, this resolution is this bad. It could just be real blurry. This looks like a bubble though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a knot with this like raised bubble, but that could just be a thing with the freaking picture. It might not be anything. And then we got Gary Sr., which that looks like kind of a bruisish, but which you do see it on the arraignment too, but I don't know. It could just be not taking care of himself. He's got one of those toenails that are like real thick and hard that sometimes like, I wonder if he's diabetic or anything. Then we got Lynn. You see a little mark there, but that might not even be anything. Got a maroon shirt. Wet. It does look like it could be wet, but I do think they put some kind of treatment that made it kind of greasy too. They probably just washed their hair with it. Then you got her walking, all looking like defeated and stuff. Elizabeth. I wonder how bad Lynn's dementia is, if it's really bad. If she indeed really does have it, or people are just saying that. This is what they came in. Okay. See how they already have the size. Right, because they don't want them wearing their it could also, they do usually give them when you're in the holding cell anyway, at least from my experience, but it looks like this is even before, because they probably don't want them to track in their shoes. I don't know, who knows, they may have been at another place before that though to get the shoes. I'm not sure. where they would go somewhere first and then the holding cell, and then they took them into the jails in the van. They had to transport them. It might be something like that because they already have those slides. But that's about it, guys. I don't need to zoom into any of that. Okay. I gotta walk around. I gotta stand up and. All right. So that's all. I'll let you know. It looks like I did get a response for some of this stuff. Like I said, it's probably going to be. Wait. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. I want to read this email that I got to see what records. So I'm confused. I gotta like really see what they're saying. But thanks, Mila. Thank you, Soul. Yes, I've been live too long. I feel like oh my lord. This was I feel like I went over a lot of stuff. I just hope people don't want to not going to click on it because it's too long and this overwhelms them. You know what I should do? Does anybody want to help me with some timestamps? I don't hate doing, but sometimes when I'm tired and with timestamps, it's like only really worth it. You got to get them out like right away so people have those to look at. But sometimes after a long live like that, it's the last thing I want to do. I'll try to get timestamps up. All right, guys. Well, I'll keep you updated. Yeah. I don't know. I shouldn't have went this long. I'm kind of glad I did though, because I keep seeing like there's new stuff. We got the new pictures of the new at least we got a part of that new video, one of the videos that I wouldn't have had if I ended when I wanted to originally, and then some of those photos. Hold on, let me check back that girl if she posted that last video yet. I'm confused why she has all of them but that. She has all of the other ones. It's weird. It doesn't make sense to me. Let me look one more time, guys. Hold on. I feel like appreciative that she has that. Like that's awesome that she's released that person, that Facebook, that CC or however you say it, Hannon. How cool that she's put sorry, I got sidetracked. That she put that out there. No, she still does. She only has the one with the one we played. As far as we watched them all get in search. She had all those, and then the ones where they're sitting in their uniform, she only has that one where we see Gary and Elizabeth. All right, guys. Well, have a good one. Cat's here. Thank you for being here. Lottie Martin, thank you. Chris. Mayla's mom, of course. You rock. I would have missed those 75 pictures if you didn't let me know, even though I was on it. I'm so stupid sometimes. I've been having a lot of those moments tonight. Bob, thank you for your messages. You were very helpful, and I liked hearing what you had to say. We have No Lie Gemini. No Lie Gemini, I love that. No Lie Gemini. That has a nice ring to it. Malu, we got Tony, thank you. Neva or Neva? I gotta go take a shower now. It's gonna feel so good. I'm too itchy. Lindsay, thank you. Maybe I'm just losing my voice because of all the. I did 3 lives today, and I'm not saying like, oh, the same live, vertical and horizontal. I actually did 3 different lives, so basically 6 lives because you have the vertical and horizontal. 3, yeah. Yes, yes, Julia. But wait, does their oven even work though? It didn't look like the oven was functioning, but it does look like one of those burns when you take out of the oven. You're right. So it could have been from cooking. Like they did have pots and pans. So did the stove work? Yeah, it does look like a burn like that. You're right. But then some people, Lindsay, you think it's 100% bruised. So I mean, gonna have different opinions. I don't know. Wait, what, Lindsay? Lee, thank you for being here. All right, I'm gonna go. I know I keep saying that, but I'm like, oh, I'm gonna say hi to some people. Hey, Betty. Oh, I'm glad you found it. That's what you're talking about. I was like, what video? You're talking about this video, right? You're here being here. Cotton candy. I love cotton candy. When you get booked, you get showered, do you allow it? You then change clothes and then the nurse booking and then. See, when I was booked, I never took it. We never got a shower, but it might be because like maybe some people when they're that bad, they're gonna shower them because it's like a health risk to not, you know what I'm saying? But I got booked and never got a shower, but I did see a nurse. You're right. You get you change clothes, you get how it worked is I got the sandals first as you're waiting in the waiting cell, and then somebody will come in and then they do the clothes and they'll bend over and you get the clothes, and then I talked to somebody, answered some questions, and I saw a nurse. You're right, but I never had to. They didn't shower me, so I bet you different places are different. Plus, with them, 100% they showered them before they let them in. So yeah, you're right. I believe that's what it is, and they probably use certain kind of shampoo to make sure debug, as somebody said. Yeah, that's probably exactly what it is. Tammy, thank you. Audrey Thomas, hello. Thank you for being here. Midwife Mary Jane, thank you. Unbreakable Spirit, thank you. All right, Lee. Okay, so that's about it, guys. Whew, I am losing my voice. Tomorrow. Oh yeah, I might do a live tomorrow. It's Sunday. I'll be busy. So I will see if there's any new updates. And yeah, hit the like on the way out, please. Thank you, Cassia. Yes, definitely. I always forget to say that. Thank you for saying that. Cassia. Oh my god. Where'd he go? Oh, he's behind me. I got my hair's blowing and I haven't done to use this fan because I can't turn back on that air until the fire is good. It's supposed to be good tomorrow. I pray Sunday because the party is going to be outside and I can't wear a mask and be sweating, and it's supposed to be cleared out by tomorrow. So pray for us. Pray for everybody that's the fires and everybody. There was a earthquake in Mexico today. Just all kinds of crazy stuff. Like my brother's married to Denise, her whole family is in Mexico. So like We always worry about them. Well, her parents are here, but they're constantly always visiting their family in Mexico, like Denise's sister and all their brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So she actually, her sister was here visiting the baby, so she's flying back today. So she and one of her daughters was with her, so at least Denise's sister. So she didn't. I don't think it really got bad in Mexico City, the earthquake. It was really by more southern, but so yeah, that was going on. And those fires all across Canada, blowing into all of Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Wisconsin, I think. Bye, guys.